So since this is just a normal logic for tonight, we won't be seeing too many hard logic tricks unless our runners decide that they want to do that. And we do see our runners starting off in Super Metroid. It is the current way that things are set up just because there are controller settings within Super Metroid that some of the players will want to change and edit. So the custom sprites and everything are not yet available.
But we do see they can go over to Link to the Past. Is that Ice Beam?
That is Ice Beam.
Okay, well, we know where it is.
Ooh,
and
magic
powder in Link's house.
And some super missiles in Sanctuary. So nice to see some early supers that will help with opening up quite a few things once they find Morph Ball. And bombs, of course.
Alright, Alraidrus heading up to the castle, gonna use that sign to kill a guard and go for the first tree pull.
Yeah, we got quite a bit of divergence here. Zost and Azure looking to make the same plays, but I believe Hitaka is going to go do the Houlihan glitch. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, basically, if you can confuse the game's camera well enough. Sorry, I have to shout out whoever's spamming that powder button. It is deeply, deeply annoying, and I am highly impressed. Something Houlihan.
Some more super missiles, and that's a big 20 in Lumberjack.
Yeah, so what Hitaka did was by jumping into the water enough times, he moved the camera down slightly every time. And then when he jumped into the hole, the game said, hang on, I don't know where this hole goes. And rather than crashing in a fiery pit of despair, the game just sends you to a room with 225 rupees. Very mature error handling. I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah, and looks like our bush crab or our hoarder crab is dropping a bunch of bombs. So we're going to find that we're not going to have to buy bombs, hopefully, in Kakariko. A piece of heart at the mushroom location and just a 5 capacity bomb upgrade at the Thieves' Hut in Lost Woods. So the combo randomizer is still using version 29, correct? And that has the arrow and bomb capacity upgrades?
That's right. At some point, those will probably get taken out and replaced with arrows and bombs. I feel kind of bad for Hitaka. He took the south route to the village, doing those 50-50 bushes to farm bombs, and he didn't get the massive drops from the hoarder crabs. That's always too bad.
But he did get enough for one bomb to check out the maze game, which, as a heart container, early game might pay off. But Azure and Zost side by side here, checking out the 5 items in Blind's Hut. Looks like we got the Quake Medallion, some ammo in both games, and one more item in the back. Alraidrus also getting that single bomb from the 50-50 bushes there in front of the grove.
And an E-tank in the back of Blind's Hut.
Did you see what the library item was? I missed that.
I did not see it. We'll have to catch it with one of the other 3.
Oh, and a magic hammer in the back of the tavern. Is it a magic hammer or just a normal hammer?
It is definitely a magic hammer.
All right, so just some rupees there in the library. Starting out with a missile pack for our first item in the bottom of the well. And a net, bug catching net. Big 20, missiles, and a piece of heart.
I'm seeing all this and I'm going, I mean, it's fine. I just wish we had more money. We don't have the 100 we need for bottle vendor right now. Well, there we are. Thank you, Hitaka.
Commentator's blessing.
Listen, Hitaka, I'm really happy that you have the money. I need you to get some magic so you stop spamming the powder button. But
he's not spamming it now, but...
Well, no, because he switched to bombs.
Alright, so we've seen the loadout in Kakariko Village. Definitely nice to see some of the ammo that we picked up, as well as picking up the hammer and magic powder. Alradris giving our first look at the magic bat. Definitely really nice to get this out of the way while you're doing Kakariko Village, so you don't have to have that in the back of your head.
And a second E-Tank. Oh no, Ashtar heading south from the village might have missed that magic bat check.
I don't know if he has powder yet.
Oh, he may not have been to Link's house at all.
Yeah, I feel like he saved and quit after he saw the ice beam and went to Sanctuary. But he most definitely does have the hammer, so.
No, I really hope Hataka doesn't find the book, because the book doesn't require you to have no magic for that annoying noise. No one give that man a book.
Okay, our leprechaun in chat is saying that Asdra does have the powder, and we do see that since he saved and quit and went back to Link's house. So, I mean, depending on when you get Mitts, Dark World Access, and Mirror, you could wrap that all in with the Smiths, Purple Chest, Hammer Pegs. So, he's definitely not going to forget about the location. But
the good news is it is just an E-Tank, which are fantastic to have, but it shouldn't bottleneck him too hard.
Yeah. And Zost's given us our first look through the South Shore checks, and I'm willing to bet that Azure is probably going to go through and do the full escape sequence. Depending on keys, he may also head through the dark areas of the sewer escape. Hey, look!
Flippers.
The janitor kindly left a pair of flippers for the moat just inside the sewers. He's like, I quit. I'm putting my flippers here so somebody else can clean this gross sewer place.
And yet, all he hid underneath the water was a bomb capacity upgrade. Oh, Zost grabbing even more bombs.
Gloves! Our first power gloves are in the first chest of the escape. So that's 2 out of 3 required items for Dark World Access. Going to be looking for that Link to the Past purple orb, otherwise known as the Moon Pearl.
Ooh.
Ooh, Moon Pearl. Five items here in Mini Moldorm Cave. Zost being really brave with 2 hearts, going for hammer strats. Oh, down to 1. Go with bombs.
Okay, he's back on bombs. And what do we have here? A flute? A hook shot? 10 arrows, some missiles, and a bottle. So that's fantastic to get all at once.
Yeah, flute, hookshot, and a bottle. Unfortunately, we have been to Kakariko already, but that flute's going to take us there. So we can do Sick Kid, activate flute, and do all of that all at once. Still curious about our Stun Prize pack as well.
I'm a little sad that Zost isn't going straight to the village to get his flute, and then just fluting to the bottom right corner here.
Yeah.
But I also see the value in, compartmentalizing it, thinking, okay, I'm here, I'm in this area, let me just knock this out before I forget. Ashtar is going to do the back of escape right now.
Yeah, picking up those gloves definitely makes that a bit easier. He did not get a small key, so that could be in the vanilla Dark Cross room, or it could be here in the back. Oh, the small key is there, so I believe that means the map is in the Dark Cross room, but finding that space jump is definitely a really nice thing before heading into Super Metroid. That'll open up our can fly locations, such as a couple different places, including, once we have power bombs, the Criteria power bomb room.
Yeah, that's a really nice thing to have, and with that flute and hookshot, we do have East Death Mountain access. That flute also gives us Norfair access, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes it does.
had a big gasp, and I feel like you saw something I didn't.
No, I was just gasping about Death Mountain access. That's pretty huge. I don't really think about Flute being the access that gets you over to Death Mountain. So
I mean, with Asdra's gloves, he could just walk up, but
that's true. Well, not in sequence because he doesn't have the lantern.
Exactly. And attack showing just how powerful the hammer is. It only takes 2 hits to take out that ball and chain guard. Shame there was nothing better than a bomb capacity upgrade. I feel like we must have half of those by now.
Yeah, there's a lot. Zost also turned in that potion and the bottle to Sick Kid and got a missile pack. So no morph ball there today. Now, of course, we could actually have a vanilla morph ball on the pedestal in Blue Brinstar.
That would be mean. We could.
Yeah, it's true. It could be mean. But most of our runners will not opt to check the Retro Bryn or the Blue Brinstar area at the beginning of Super Metroid simply because there are only 2 possible items that are accessible. And even then, if you don't get something like high jump boots or space jump on the first item, that second item is technically not in logic until you get something like ice beam or another item like that. And I believe we got our first map check and it showed pendant at pod, regular blue pendant, and then both Desert Palace and Tower of Hera with crystals.
I'll take your word for it, because I didn't catch that. Ooh, Zost finds Screw Attack in Super Metroid.
Yep, and he gets that Nova killed before it heads down the path, so he was able to get in and out of that room before having to wait for it to come back or doing a reset ice rod at the Crockermeyer escape.
Well, at least we know where that is.
Yeah, hopefully we won't need it if Turtle Rock could be a pendant. Right, Hitaka heading over to get his flute, hookshot, and bottle. Pretty much everybody's been to where they are, except Ashdar giving us our first look at Desert Palace. The ledge item is the bow.
Oh boy.
Oh, bow?
No, boy.
Oh. Bow.
Not the double-reeded instrument.
And Outrageous. Oh, I said Ashdar, but it's Outrageous who's giving us a look at Desert Palace. My bad.
I mean, they do both start with A.
You're right.
So, in Outrageous's cave, Agina finds an energy tank.
Good on you, Agina. And Zo's Terror and Paradox Cave, 7 items available, 2 on the bottom and 5 at the top. So we're going to start out with a couple items. Pretty much just some ammo upgrades.
So I'm not a huge Super Metroid player. I feel like the runners have picked up about 30 missiles so far. Is that enough, or are they looking for more?
They definitely will want more than 30 total missiles as a whole. Even if they do find Charge Beam, which kind of negates the ammo count because you're able to use Charge Beam against any of the bosses in Super Metroid. Oh my god, the Moon Pearl!
Okay, so that's Dark World access in Link to the Past.
Yeah, Zos will have to go through the escape area to get those gloves, unless he finds the second glove upgrade here on East Death Mountain, possibly in the Spiral Cave, or near Tower of Hera, inside Tower of Hera even. But additionally, a little bit more about ammo. If you don't find Charge Beam, then there are some locked locations as far as Mother Brain will require a certain amount of ammo. Ridley could also potentially require a certain amount of ammo. Ridley technically is logically locked without Charge Beam because he doesn't give any sort of replenishment to your ammo. So there's no way to get any ammo back. If you miss any shots and you only have enough ammo to kill him with what you have actually picked up, then potentially you could soft lock in the Ridley fight.
Interesting and terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. Zeus is taking an intentional death here, so nobody do the oofs in chat or F for, respect. He wanted to die there after picking up the big key simply so that he could get teleported back to the entrance dungeon and have full hearts after that.
Good news with that big key, too. It means we don't need fire to beat this dungeon. We can clear it right now.
Yeah, and we got the magic cape in the waterfall cave. So Alradris and Hitaka making the play over here towards Zora. They both have enough money to pay off the big king. And we'll have to see whether or not it's worth it today.
Magic cape, hammer, moon pearl, and a bottle that came pre-filled with green potion. We have a very early spike cave in logic. That's got me eyeing it suspiciously.
Suspicious.
All
right, Ashdar also making the play over to East Death Mountain. He'll be picking up his Moon Pearl as well. Outrager's about to pay 500 buckaroos to the Flipper Lord King Zora for a big 20. Not worth.
So he's got his bomb jump set up. And only one item so far in this dungeon, so there's still a chance he's going to have to visit the basement, or rather come back to Hera later for that second item. Looks like Ashdar is noping out of Death Mountain entirely, not doing Spiral Cave, not doing Hera. Instead, taking that Moon Pearl for the Dark World.
Straight to the Dark World. Yeah, and Tower of Hera being in Crystal while you're here, Zeus is just going to finish it off. Hammer in hand, it makes it easy. 3 strikes to the Rattletail of Moldorm, and he's dead. Got your first crystal. Nice fight.
And power bombs means we have completed Tower of Hera fully. Were those our first peeps?
Yes, they are.
Oh boy, Hype Cave turning up, boots and mirror for Ashdar.
Wow,
that is a fantastic cave.
That is definitely hype. Minimum 9 out of 10, if not 11 out of 10.
And with a map check here, we see crystals 5 and 6 are in Misery, Mire, and Turtle Rock, with, I think it was a green pendant over in Pod, and the regular pendant over in Thieves Town.
Great. Stumpy with a reserve tank.
And Zost finally giving us the Spiral Cave check!
Plus
Arrow capacity arrows. Upgrade.
Womp womp.
And I guess Ashdra's decided he's got enough missiles. He didn't want to take the extra 2 steps after getting hearts to pick up the other pack in Cave 45.
All right, we're going to check out the dig game here. Seven digs, I believe, for a red rupee.
Oh, attack is in the dark. this the old
Yeah.
man cave?
Yes, I do believe so. Yeah, I think he's just going to be heading down, left and down to make his way out. Yep, here are those bats. We're going to see what Old Man Gary has for us today. All right, Zost is making the play towards the castle escape area. I know that during a weekly in the past, he has left escape completely behind and it had an important item. So fortunately, he's making this play early. 20 minutes into the seed, he'll get his gloves. And we got an E-tank from the Old Man of the Mountain. Azure making our first play into the northwest side of the Dark World. Going to give a peek into Skull Woods.
Potential of 2 items. Ideally, he won't have to go to the back section for those because no fire rod right now means we can't access this whole dungeon.
Yep, and big key in that first chest, so he's able to at least check this item here. It could be a small key, which will give him access to the left side. Otherwise, he will probably have to head towards the back or take the fall down the hole. And Sahasrala's closet not holding any progression. There was a ooh. That's
Titan's big chest of Skull Woods. That's fantastic.
Yes, that is very nice.
So that opens up the Bow Desert Palace and one area of Super Metroid by that portal, doesn't it?
Yeah, though without Various, you don't really want to dip into Lower Norfair too much.
No, you really don't.
Zos taking another death warp, going to head back to the beginning of the Hyrule Castle area. He's going to go through the back, through the dark, which I believe is just the map item. He doesn't know that yet since he hasn't gone through the actual back of Escape.
That's right. Alradris, first chest in Eastern Palace gave him a heart piece. And Ashtar got bullied by a mummy in the middle section of Skull Woods. Got to that second room and couldn't get through the door without a sword to swat something away. And that might get him again right here.
Oh, yep.
Well, this is rude.
All right, he's going to turn around and head out. He still will need a small key if he wants to go through the front on the main side, but he could just, yeah, he's going to go drop down. Zosh is making his way through the dark of Castle Tower. And that is our second item in Skull Woods, just a missile pack.
So no reason to come back here now until we got Fire Rod and as good a sword as we can muster.
All right, and Zost, having opened up that chest in the dark, I believe he probably checked to see that it was the map, so he's going to head over here to pick up his heart container and space jump. Now Rager's making his way through Eastern. I don't believe that he's gotten any progression items so far, but he's going through several of the dark rooms here now.
Was that Quake to get into Misery Mire?
I missed it.
I'm tempted to say Quake.
Who went towards Misery Mire?
Ashtar. He's right in that area.
Oh, you're right.
He got the grapple beam from the Mire Shed.
Yeah. I just saw him in like a castle area and I was like, there's nobody near there. But he does get the bow.
And while he's here, going to do as much of desert as he can, which is everything but the boss fight.
Yeah. Wait. Why can't he do the boss fight?
No fire source to light the torches.
Ah, yes, that's true. It is boots locked with a small key.
Outrageous having trouble with the deboost strat, just going for the vanilla kill all the enemies. Kind of dev-intended casual route. And arrows at the end of Eastern Palace.
Our first item in desert is a missile pack. One more item available.
And Hitaka's... Oh, this is interesting. Hitaka took those boots and mirror from Hype Cave and says, you know what? I can fully clear Swamp Palace. I'm going to do that right now. Fascinating
looks
choice.
To be giving us a check into Blue Brinstar as well. So we've got a couple different choices here on the top two runners as for what they might be thinking. It's a little curious.
Yeah, I wonder if Outrageous hit a point where he just said, okay, the odds are that I might get something in Blue Bryn right now.
Yeah, and with speed jump or space jump, the ceiling item behind or next to the morph pedestal in the room to the right of it is technically in logic. And of course, with hammer and hookshot, Swamp Palace is fully clearable. It's not required to have a sword. But we do find Spring Ball in the vanilla pedestal for Morph Ball.
Okay, that's like almost what the Morph Ball does, kind of.
It's like an addition to the Morph Ball.
Alright, what does that ceiling have? Just some money.
Alright, so I guess with the reset, he will not continue to carry the Spring Ball.
That's fine. We don't actually need Spring Ball for anything, do we?
Logically, no, but it could still potentially help with a couple things.
Right, it's comforting to have.
Yeah, makes a couple things easier, but yeah. And Azure with bow, hammer in hand, going to go through and finish up with pod. He'll be able to full clear that. It is the green pendant, so potentially having an additional item in the little pool there. We'll see whether or not that pays off, but quite a few odd plays from people here.
On the one hand, I think it's a little odd that someone as routing focused as Ashter would go to Sahasrahla when he's about to get the green pendant. On the other hand, if Sahasrahla's closet had, like, the lamp or the sword, that makes the trip through EP and pod so much faster. I can see why he'd bother with it.
Yeah, of course. We did, somebody did check Sahasrahla's closet, and I failed to mention what was there earlier, so I knew that there wasn't a lamp there.
Okay, Raiders headed to the castle, finally going to get those gloves and be the fourth runner we can see with Dark World access. Left side swamp has the big key and A heart
Ooh,
container.
nice. All right, Outrageous heading through the escape area now. I'm going to be finding out that the map is in the dark classroom, as well as the back area, having picked up the power gloves, is going to be open to them. And they should be able to get that space gem now, which I believe I mismarked on the tracker. So my bad.
I'm watching Hitaka very curiously. Like, this is a big time investment to dip Swamp for the full clear so early in the race. But if he gets some good progression here, something kind of late game that opens up a ton of stuff or makes movement easier, that'll be a huge boost.
Yeah, like a gravity suit or something cool like that would be nice.
So far, we're getting none of that from him. An E-Tank is the most interesting thing so far. Asher in the dark room having a little trouble finding the Igor to stick his arrow into. There, he's got it.
Yep, got it now.
And Hitaka enters the menu boss.
Yeah, without any sword of any kind, you are forced to use hammer to break the little R guy.
I'm very impressed with how Hitaka can get consistent double hits on this boss. Pull out 2 of those puffs, then switch to the hammer, and then take both down with 1 hit. It significantly reduces your menu time, makes the boss go a lot faster.
Yeah, I
And it
can't
looks
do
like
that.
did Astra take a death at the back of Eastern?
In the back of Eastern? I think so.
And yeah, rather than give that another shot, he's going to opt to dip into pod again. See if he can get anything to help with dark rooms.
All right, Zost found the magic with the Skullwoods big key, but he seems to be continuing into Skullwoods. I don't know if he hasn't counted both items yet, or maybe when he fell down, he just went straight right to the Gibdo key room and didn't check the jail room.
Could be. Could be. We saw Astra do something similar.
Yeah, but Azure went straight in the front door and went to the right, got the big key, checked the big chest, and then went to the back. But Zost fell down, but didn't go to the left to the jail. So
Oh,
he's taken a little bit extra routing to do that. So he'll find
interesting.
a second item here.
Raidrus is doing Thieves Town as well as Village of Outcast stuff. I did see him get super missiles, which are fairly rare at this point.
All right, and Azure, I think he's I'm going to head straight to the back now with enough keys to kind of progress a little bit further. Having done the right side in the bow-locked area, that's going to open up quite a few locations in the very, very back that he's able to check. Still need one more key to finish up the whole dungeon.
Tons of keys in the Palace of Darkness.
Well, I mean, you need 100.
No. 6. 4 if you know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I need 100. And as they're heading down to the dark basement, opening up the first chest to get a small key. Oh, surprise, surprise. And a piece of heart.
There's also a piece of heart over in the Bonk Rocks, which Hitaka just picked up.
Yeah, Zev's got that earlier.
Oh, he got it already.
Yeah, and he just checked King's Tomb for a big 20.
Right, Hitaka's headed into the Dark World. I really hope he goes into Skull Woods, gets those mitts so he doesn't have to keep making this trip around.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot faster to be able to just pick up the big stone in front of the portal rather than having to loop all the way through the Dark Woods. Lost Woods. Something. Potatoes. All right, and Zeus looking to follow Alradris into Thieves Town. It is pendant Thieves Town, but it seems that the randomizer, both combo randomizer and regular link to the past randomizer, tend to have a propensity to hide items in pendant Thieves Town.
Imagine that.
All right, and Hitaka is making the play up to Skullwood, so he should shortly have those Titans mitts. And that will be our third player picking up those gloves.
Ooh, Asher takes a death in the Dark Maze in Pod. I don't think he made it to the bottom chest, certainly not to the big chest.
Yeah, not yet.
He's going to nope out of there as well. Dark rooms are not being friendly with him today. The lack of a sword does not help with that.
No, not in the slightest. But it looks like, oh, I was going to say, it looks like he's heading towards the Zora area now. I don't think he's been there yet.
Oh, it could be that he's going to do Swamp Palace here. Well, unless Blind gives something big for Alradris, I feel like we're kind of running out of options here. Where else can we go?
Well, technically, with Space Jump and Screw Attack, you are able to progress into the Green Brinstar area. So you can definitely progress through Super Metroid with that Screw Attack because it will break some of those bombable blocks that will really make a difference, allowing you to kind of progress through some of the Super Metroid areas.
So we can get through the wall before Terminator all the way down to Big Pink and then...
Exactly. Well, Green, Pink, and then Big Pink. Or Green Brinstar.
Yes. Yes. And I suppose in Link to the Past, you know, we can do Dark World, Death Mountain, Super Bunny Cave, Hookshot Cave. As I was sad to say earlier, Spike Cave. Those are all open.
Yeah, it's very true. And with a bit more health, definitely makes Spike Cave a little bit more appealing. Is it really just a potion and Magic Cape? That's it. Not like hook shot to like latch onto the torches and pull you through, or boots.
Oh yeah,
or...
the requirement for Bumper Cave is either Burna or Magic Cape and some way of extending your magic meter, be that half magic or a potion.
Oh, you also mentioned Bumper Cave instead of Spike Cave, which is what you meant, Spike Cave, which I
Oh, I meant
understood.
Spike Cave, but you're right. You're right. We can do Bumper Cave too, though I think the runners must have peeked in on that when they were doing their North Dark World checks.
Yeah, and Smith Chain is also open as well. Hammer pegs, so on and so forth.
I don't like any of these spots. It's a lot of semi-isolated things.
Well, I mean, Zost can do Smiths right now.
Maybe he will.
Maybe. I mean, it's not so isolated when you're right here after finishing up with pretty much everything you need in Thieves Town. I'm guessing Alradris beat Thieves Town?
You know, I was just having the same thought, and I was waiting for him to pause. Please, Alradris, just pause so we can see if you collected a pendant.
Nah, he's going to Hype Cave so he can get his boots and mirror.
Good, then maybe he'll pause to switch to the mirror.
Nah. Link Force letting me know in a message here in Discord that Blind has the compass, so no need to finish that up.
Aha. Now, I was about to get really mad at Zost for hammering down all those pegs manually. Oh my goodness. But of course, the hammer dashes don't work if you don't have a sword.
There it is.
Now that we have a sword, we can hammer dash down all these pegs. Silly game.
All right, so Smith's Chain definitely paying off. That opens up clearing out Skull Woods, as well as whether or not we're gonna need to do any more dark rooms. That makes it a lot easier. Kind of spot yourself using these sword beams.
Also,
right,
disturbingly,
Fire Rod for Skull. Derp.
We can get into Misery Mire now. We can't do the left side without a fire source. We can't beat it without the cane, but we can get in and do stuff.
What if Fire Rod and cane are in Misery Mire?
No.
No?
No. Why do you hate these runners?
I don't know. I just like a show.
Zost is in the desert area for the first time after doing that purple chest. He sees that bow on the ledge. I think he's about to pick it up.
Yeah, let me go back. I want that.
Oh, and Ashdar took a death in the Argus fight. Yeah, that is one he's going to have to work his way back to.
Yeah. Fortunately, he's already cleared everything, so he can just head straight back there. But yeah, definitely very unfortunate.
I'm a little worried he's got 1 heart right now. That's not a lot to keep him going through this whole dungeon.
There's a couple places where you can fill up your health on the way there, so it might be okay. And he does have magic powder. Oh, there's no anti-fairies on the way there. Nah. So here's a question that I've been meaning to ask somebody who knows a little bit more about Link to the Past than I do.
Uh-oh.
If you pick up a pot that has a heart under it and you use the hook shot to gain potentially the double heart bonus, does that work on a heart that is under a pot?
Yes. I think so. Potentially.
Okay. Okay. I was curious if it only worked on hearts dropped by enemies. So, can you explain how
It
or what the
definitely
glitch
works
is with
on
that?
pot hearts because Astra just had it work.
Yeah. Nice. Good to know.
Oh,
So, what is
Speed
it that
Booster.
caused that? Oh,
Speed Booster and Super
and
Bunny Cave. Sorry.
Nice. Speed Bunny
Um,
Cave. That's what it is tonight.
um, the best way to explain the double heart thing is a frame rule, which is a fancy way of saying we're not really sure. Oh no, Zost, don't go here. You don't have a fire source. Zost.
He'll realize soon enough. Probably too late, but he will realize.
But essentially the idea, as I've had it explained to me, is that sometimes the game will not check for collision detection properly and not count the heart as consumed, even though it's given Link the heart. So then it checks again and goes, oh, hey, look, we have a heart coming towards Link. Better give him a heart.
That's where he sees there's no fire.
And that's... See a similar situation sometimes when you dash through Moldorm and the collision detection doesn't work quite properly and you don't hit him at all, or he hits you when you go, that should never hit me. And it's called frame rule, which the Link to the Past guys tell me usually when they don't really know the answer, but it's inconsistent.
Okay, so Azure is making me a little anxious. Still with 2 hearts. Hammer, Argus. I'm scared.
Oh, I thought.
I'm gonna cry. All right, what? One more hit, maybe? 2.
One more now.
One more now, okay.
Oh no!
No. Oh, shoot.
Bow would be a great strategy to use there, except the non-silver arrows bow does no damage to Argus.
Without silver arrows, it's thumbs down. Also, Zost did, or somebody, I think it was Zost, did, maybe it was Hitaka. They did Hookshot Cave, and there was nothing in it. So, yeah, we're good with Hookshot Cave.
Quick for Turtle Rock, though. We learned that.
Yes. So we are good as far as medallions go. Still going to need that King of Samaria Fire Rod, of course.
Ice Rod, but we know that it's in the Crocomire escape.
Yes.
And we need something called... Is it called the Morph Ball?
What's a Morph Ball?
I have no idea. I haven't seen it at all in this race, and I feel like it's got to show up at some point if we want to keep playing.
Yeah, it's got to be there somewhere, someplace, sometime. Zost dipping into Lore Norfair. He's going to check the screw attack location here, and it's a reserve tank. Also, why not peep at Gold Chorizo location? E-Tank to start. Does he not remember that he has Space Jump? Come on, Zost. You've got Space Jump, man.
Does he?
He did the... No, he didn't do Escape. What? Wait, did he?
I thought he did, but... Oh, there it is. Maybe.
That was a wall jump, but yeah. And he just died due to, obviously, the heat damage from the Gold Chorizo room without barrier suit. But at least he has the information now, and he knows that Gold Chorizo and the item behind Gold Chorizo are not progression. Yeah, he does have Space Jump because he just did the little hop there. So
we are going to see him head down all the way through green and then eventually pink Brinstar. Azure, round 3, Argus.
Third time's a charm.
Fight.
He does have a bit more health, so this is good. Commodore and chat coming in, announcing, I guess, to our run and everything that he has forfeit from the race, and stating that Argus has no item, which we know because we've seen Argus completed. So GG to Azure, finishing up with Argus finally. Third time was the charm.
Outrageous in that fight as well.
And Ashtar, having not checked the left side, definitely knows that the big key is over there, as well as one of the dungeon items. Though it could have been 2 dungeon items on the left side and the big key locked in the chest. So we are getting a peek at green or the pink Brinstar. And with that reset, Zost is showing that there is nothing there.
Oh, that's right. There's that little hole at the bottom of Big Pink. It means we can't get through to Green Hill Zone. Gross.
Right.
Outrageous takes down Argus, gets that first dungeon cleared as well. And now we're going to see him check on Gauntlet.
Yeah, I believe with the item loadout that we have, if Morph Ball is not in this first location, then the other 2 are locked. And it's a reserve tank, so there is no Morph Ball there.
Alright, Zost's still running around in Super Metroid. He hasn't been down to Blue Brinstar yet, so that's an option. With Speed Booster... Oh, he doesn't have Speed Booster, so he can't get past the Mock Ball gates.
Yeah.
Hitaka, why aren't you hammer dashing? Oh, right, we can't do that without a sword. If only...
If only we could find a... Oh, wait. Couple of frustration slashes there. So what do we have left? Misery Mire?
You. But yes. Here's a question that shows off how much I don't know about Super Metroid. Can we climb up the red tower? And is that helpful at all?
You can get to the Alpha Power Bombs location. Yes. I believe the can fly with Space Jump allows the logic to put the Alpha Power Bombs location and the item above that. Granted, you would need Morph to be at the Alpha Power Bombs to get that.
Ah, okay. Azure did do a little detour there, pick up its Ice Beam. Only runner so far to do that. Zo's going to get speed now from Super Bunny Cave. So at least that'll be taken care of. And it looks like Hitaka's making that play to pod in Eastern, which I expect will go a lot better for him than for Astor. He's got way more health than Astor did when he was in this area. So does Elradris, but Hitaka's got that added sword advantage, which makes Dark Maze so much nicer.
Alright, Zo's getting the knowledge that Turtle Rock is going to be Quake, which is our double Quake medallion requirement for the run. And then hopping into Hookshot Cave, which we have seen is just a little bit of health and some Super Metroid ammo, and I believe bombs or arrows.
Yes, bombs or arrows. One of the two.
Yeah, that's right. Power bombs and money.
Or, you know, just more missiles.
Well, power bombs, big 20, missiles, and a heart piece.
Oh, and look at Zost here. He's trying to get out of Hookshot Cave without taking damage, which is not something I've seen a runner try to figure out in a long time. But he really wants to preserve his position. No, I think as soon as he picked up that pod earlier, he was stuck in there. I wonder if he was thinking Spike Cave.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you're in a cave in the overworld like that, you're not able to use mirror to send yourself back to the beginning of a dungeon. So you would have to fall to take damage to go back to the dungeon or the cave entrance. But with only one heart, if you fall, you're dead. So.
Yeah, mirror doesn't work for taking you to the entrance of a cave because we need it to delete blocks in the caves, right?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, not by developer intention, but in practice.
But that's what we do.
And Zost is going to have just enough health and magic here. Gets that item, Gravity Suit.
Wow.
So,
how long has that been in Logic?
That's been there. That's been there a long time.
Yeah, quite a while.
Does that do anything?
I think you can beat Dragon. No, you have to have more ball to get a Dragon.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Even with Speed Booster to break through the blocks under the little roly-poly green shell dudes through the back entrance of Meridia, you do still require a Morph Ball. So. Alright, so Gravity Suit in Spike Cave.
It's nice to have. It's going to come in handy.
Yeah.
Eventually.
We do still have the Alpha Power Bomb location that could potentially hold Morph. Oh, Commodore correcting me. Alpha PBs is 300 rupees. I just checked. Who checked that?
Commodore did.
Commodore, thank you so much for participating in the race, but will you please stop spoiling stuff in chat? If we're not seeing it in the restream, then I don't want to know about it. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, let's focus on these four. Let's focus on these four and how Ashdar, now that he's coming up Hera much later in the run, gets to do that awesome hookshot and boots combo for the big chest.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot nicer to not have to worry about doing a bomb jump across that. Though still running around to dash about without a sword. Molder will be easy with the hammer, as we've seen, but Ooh, don't get bullied. Nice.
Ooh, well, Raider's giving us, I think, our first catfish check.
With a bonk. Nicely done for some blue mail.
Oh, I'm a little sad that he moved left after that bonk. So the reason you bonk there isn't just for the swag. It's because the X pixel you end up on after you bonk is the perfect spot for quick warp, which means your mirror animation takes like half a second less, which is minor but still kind of matters. So by shifting your pixel after lining yourself up with the bonk, you're kind of undoing the quick warp. Now that doesn't matter if you're going to save and quit anyways to get to bonk rocks, but it's just those little things.
Yeah, definitely true.
Oh, Hitaka gets a nice heart refill from that piece of heart in the pod basement. That'll come in handy for Dark Maze up here.
Yeah, being able to see those little sparkles from your sword makes it a lot easier to kind of move through the room, see where you're at, and even still be able to kill the enemies in the room from a distance. All right, so we got an item in the dark. I don't see anything new. It could have been something like the red boomerang or an E-tank. Potentially any Super Metroid item could have been in that chest.
Oh, do they none of them show up in the dark?
No, some of them can. I think it's just a palette issue, especially with like red, yellow, and like brighter colors. Then there's another one. Oh, that was
That
the
one
map.
was a map.
Yes. So it kind of depends on the palette or the color of the item that comes up. So it could have been something like Variasuit. We may not know until later. And if it was the red boomerang, then obviously it would be hidden behind the blue. So
Alright, Alraidrus is about to get the Titan Smiths right now. Ashdor is running Thieves Town, and after that, I'm hoping we'll go to Hammerpegs for a sword.
yeah, I agree. Nice. Bomb jump.
Oh, and that's what Bumper Cave Ledge was. A shield.
A shield that nobody will pick up. I think the only shield that they'll get is probably from the chest in I think it was Swamp.
Could have been. Screw attack. Zost
God.
is the only one who picked him up, and I believe that was in Norfair. Is that right?
Yeah, it was at the high jump boots location. And Link Force letting me know that the shield was in Thieves Town.
Taka thumping, thumping, thumping all over the floor, trying to chase down those turtles, which are nigh impossible to find. But that's the last of them.
Ooh, ooh. At this point, I probably just would have like walked past him. But like, see ya. Looks like that's the same thing he did. So, we in there. We at
We're
this
in there.
Star fight.
We can get hit once and only once. We need 17 hits on the mask. And if you're at all nervous, you wait for the fireballs to spawn before you land that 17th hit. Just like that.
That was awesome.
That way, as soon as the mask shatters, the fireballs all despawn.
Oh gosh. Oh, nice.
You know, that was a pretty nice fight.
Yeah, definitely showcased that waiting for the fireball to spawn so that once you hit the helmet, it breaks apart and despawns that fireball. So it was very, very well done by Hitaka. A little clutch there at the end because he got bodied by the face when he moved forward, but still got it down. It was very well done.
And Hitaka walks away with that green pendant, gonna turn it in right away. Alradris is doing the hammer pegs. Now, why isn't he hammer dashing? It's just so slow to hit these one by one. Oh, right, you need a sword.
For the third time. Oh, fourth time.
Yeah, I missed it for one of those runners. I didn't get to make that joke 4 times. And I think Sahasrahla was just holding missiles there. Okay, Ashter has a sword now. And the Quake medallion. We are finally getting that Misery Mire check, which, you know, took a while to get all the components to get inside.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, still gonna find Fire Rod and Canis Mare here.
No.
But Hitaka does pick up that Ice Beam.
This is such a weird play for Ashter to be making because potentially he gets 2 items out of this, potentially he gets none. In the ideal world, he gets 2 items and the big key, so when he comes back, he goes straight to the boss, but you can't count on that.
No, I usually count on my hands with my fingers, not on that. But maybe I should try it sometime.
I can't argue with that logic.
We have a prediction from Link Force 0, our tracker extraordinaire. Was that an ice rod? Oh no, wait, that's a fire rod.
That's a fire rod.
I told you.
Oh, come on. Grumble, grumble.
Link Force says that he believes Morphball will be the second item in Misery Mire. But I'm still going with Cane and Fire Rod.
Well, the good news is, now we can check the fire-locked side of Misery Mire.
Perfect.
And we can go beat Ice Palace.
Yeah, yes, we can. You were right. Give me that cane of Samaria in Swamp Palace. Or I mean, this place. It's in a swamp. Misery Mire, whatever.
It's in a mire.
Which is like a swamp.
No. I don't see any ogres in this dungeon. Slugs, but no ogres.
There are slugs in swamps.
Right. But no ogres in this dungeon, which means it can't be a swamp.
Why? What does a swamp require? Ogres?
DreamWorks had a documentary about it called Shrek.
Listen, Linda. DreamWorks isn't Pixar. They have no say over the world of animation. Actually, I really don't mind either way.
I don't want to get too political here, so let's talk about how Aster had exactly 8 fire rod shots with the full bar of magic to light all 8 torches, and he did it.
We're going back to this. Alistair in chat has a good point. There aren't ogres in Swamp Palace either.
Aster seems to have forgotten that there are no hints that are useful to him in Combo Randomizer.
Let's get a vanilla cane of Samaria.
Also, Argus kind of sounds like ogres.
Sounds like is not is.
What? Right, it's not. It is. Item number 2 in Misery Mire is missiles. No Cane of Samaria there. That's fortunate.
Well, I was half right.
Just almost certainly a forced double dip into Mire. I'm thinking Ice Palace. Alright, Hitaka going for the Moldorm fight. Needs 3 hammer hits in the tail. 1, 2... And missing that 3rd hit. Needs Moldorm to come back to him. Get him as he swings by. There we are. Ooh, Aster missing a fire rod shot in the first room of Ice Palace. May have to farm some magic as it goes further in. Or, you know, we can get a full drop in the next room. Hitaka with the Spike Cave play is going to be getting Gravity Suit in a second here. Just as long as his health holds out with the Magic Cape. Raidrus is making his way over to East Death Mountain, specifically Dark Death Mountain, which means Speed Booster is incoming for him. Hitaka's about to find out about that Ice Rod, and then maybe, just maybe, pick up Screw Attack from the High Jump Boots area.
Nice Ice Palace bomb jump. And Hitaka getting that screwjack.
Oh, and just gets the Nova before it escapes. Now, do I understand that room right? If you miss the Nova on its first, in those first few seconds, then it has to loop around the entire room before you can shoot it again?
Yes, or you would do a reset, which would put you back, similar to what Hitaka is doing now. It would put you back onto the ship. But you would not have that space, or the screwjack.
Right. Okay, Hitaka doing Super Metroid stuff that I think we saw Zost covering earlier. Gauntlet first item is not going to work out. And will probably be a reset straight from there. Or, since reserve tanks are actually useful, maybe a proper run back through Gauntlet.
Nope. Nope.
Or get stuck. And it's Elradris' turn to take on Spike Cave in a second here. Going to be getting that gravity after, I assume, picking up Speed Booster in Super Bunny Cave. I'm a little surprised by Astor's route in Ice Palace. He didn't go right at the cross room, even though he got an early small key. Many runners would do that normally. I'm sure I can ask him about it later and he'll have a very good explanation like, oh, I just wanted to fight the boss straight away.
Or he'll just say, I just didn't want to.
Or Link Force can correct me and say that he went right and he did it all so fast I missed it.
It is a little difficult to keep track of 4 runners all at once, so it's easy to miss some things. Hitaka is also going to forget that he doesn't have Morph here. Oh no, he's got Speed Booster. Oh yeah.
He's got speed. He can do this. And it's money.
And something else. This is like the Green Brinstar Billy Mays. Oh, Vanilla Supers. Okay.
Okay. Well, Astor got rid of Cold Stare. That's fantastic to see.
Ooh, Outrager's got bunked off the Muldorm ledge up there.
Alright, Zost in the Helmosaur fight as well. Oh, gets sniped by that tail. Rude, rude boss that does too much damage. Wonder if he's going to take another stab at it.
Save
Looks
and
like
continue. He could. Okay, I was going to say he could mirror and head towards Eastern, but I do believe he checked that already. Oh, nope. Changed his mind.
And Elradris now done with Moldorm.
Lost Lightning in chat asking that it's been a while since they've played. Is Morph Ball required to get to Spore Spawn and get the item after? To get to Spore Spawn, no, Morph Ball is not required. At least not in the randomizer. But in the vanilla game, you would definitely have Morph Ball and Morph Bombs to get you into Big Pink. But the morph ball cannot be behind Spore Spawn in randomizer logic, simply because you need to be able to get out of there. And if the item to get out of there is not there, you are locked. And so the game logically would never put morph ball back there.
So the logic can't kind of force you into a potential soft lock situation.
Yeah.
You can go soft lock yourself if you want.
All you like. Go ahead and kill Spore Spawn if you wish, but you'll have to reset afterwards.
All right, Outrageous got that, what do we call it? Gravity suit from Spike Cave, meaning all four.
Yes.
No, Ashter does not have that.
No, he I believe he just did Hookshot Cave and then left. I'm not sure that he ever head towards Spike.
He's doing Mothula fight right now, which is, you know, very doable, but goes slower when you're only on Fighter's Sword.
Yeah.
But at least if he does this, it'll at least be 4 crystals for him, which is very good progress, especially for, you know, not having Morph Ball yet.
And he did switch to Hammer. 4 Hammer strikes, I believe, for Mothula.
That's right.
Nice. So, not that we have a way to check it, but Morph Ball could technically be on... Oops. Outrageous didn't quite make that Shining Spark. Got bonked by one of the little critters there. But Morph Ball can technically be on pedestal. Any Super Metroid item, including Morph Ball, Charge Beam, Various Suit, those items can actually all be on the pedestal.
And I guess the only thing blocking the pedestal right now is the lamp.
Yeah, so we could kind of get some guesses to where lamp could be. I'm pretty sure we've seen almost any location that I can possibly think of. Dark Horizon in chat asking about Billy Mays. You can't get there. Oh, you can. You can get there with Speed Booster.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
That's right. I'm a little surprised Outrageous didn't check that when he was down at Old Mother Brain.
Are you... Chat's telling me you have to have PBs. Are you not able to break the bottom row of blocks in Blue Brinstar to... Okay.
Okay, that makes sense then. Oh, and Outrageous has to set up the Shine Spark here because he doesn't have Screw Attack from High Jump Boots.
Right, and Azure is also finishing up Desert. Was the last item here on Landmo?
Ask me that in about 5 seconds.
there
it is.
All right.
Okay, so you just had to dip into Misery Mire after getting a sword from Hammer Pegs to get your Fire Rod, which lets you beat Desert for the Morph Ball.
Wow, all right. We are in Morph mode.
Woohoo!
Hot dog. There it is. The Super Metroid pink orb. Orb?
No.
No?
No. Alright, so Azure has Morph Ball. I think that opens up a ton of Super Metroid for him. But he has no suits.
All right, but he finds that screw attack. So that will definitely help with a little bit of routing. And there was the Cane of Samaria. Was that the Cane of Samaria?
Was it? I'm not sure.
It looked red and round and caney. Like, I believe that that was the Cane of Samaria. There it is. So we just need Varia suit and we will be in go mode. Or I suppose you'd call it no mode, but
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy that we went from no access to suddenly, hey, want to be almost in go mode?
yeah, of course we know where Ice Rod is. That's the only other piece that would really be missing outside of Varia suit. And we need Varia suit to get the Ice Rod, so once we get that Varia suit, we're able to pick up the Ice Rod. We're in go mode. Here we go. Let's go.
Now, is that a logical requirement or a hard requirement?
It is logically required because in normal mode, no heated rooms are logically, like, there. You have to have Varia suit in logic for all of the heated areas.
But a sufficiently determined player could easily go and pick that Ice Rod up without Varia suit.
Yeah, especially because you don't have to beat Crockermeyer to get it. But logically, you would still need Varia, so it would be out of sequence. And Zimnala in chat saying that Azure doesn't need suits. He can totally go get the Ice Rod. He's in Azure go mode. He's still a little low on ammo. Not quite enough to complete Mother Brain. He can kill Ridley if he's able to get through all of Lower Norfair suitless without any issues. He's got enough power bombs and everything to do that. Whether or not he wants to do that is another question. As well as Mother Brain would be the next issue. I don't think 75 regular missiles and 35 supers is enough for Mother Brain without Charge Beam. And it doesn't look like there's any Varia suit behind Kraid, so that's pretty much all we're looking for right now is Varia suit. Everything else is just a benefit or a lifestyle, quality of life kind of thing.
No, there was clothing. I think Astra picked up the blue mail there.
Oh well, I mean,
but not the clothing he really wanted.
You're right.
Ooh, Astra gets out of that hole he fell into. On his way to Vanilla Spazzer location.
Yeah, the Spazzer beam. Really nice to get
Spazzer or Spazer?
It's Spazer. I just like to call it the Spaz beam and say that it's my beam, even though it's not, because I'm a Spaz. But
we can't all claim items for ourselves in this game. There's too many of us and not enough items.
You're right. Zost checking out the grapple beam location and Indiana Jones. So pretty much nothing behind Crockermeyer that he is able to check. There is one more item in the cosine room that he's not able to see without the morph ball because it would require skipping in through a little tiny hole in the floor.
That's right. Zost hasn't been into Misery Mire yet.
Nope. And the X-ray is just a rupee.
You know what else we need for go mode? A second sword.
Oh, true. You are right.
I mean, it'll probably be in Ganon's tower. That's how these things go. But and Criteria just has missiles up at the top. Daka not wanting to pick them up, I assume he thinks with his 90 and 25, he's figuring he's got enough for Mother Brain.
Yeah, I think I'd probably say that's pretty okay. You would still need closer to 30 for Ridley if you don't miss any shots, or if you don't want to worry about having. Ooh, there we go, 30. All right.
And no bombs, so he doesn't have to fight the statue. Okay, Zost in Bubble Mountain is going to make his way up to Vanilla Speed Room, get the 2 items there. And Ashtar did his climb up of Red Tower. The power bomb location's there, and I think we're going to get a wrecked ship play from him now. I'm so not used to having grapple for these rooms, I was surprised when he wasn't setting up a Shine Spark.
Various, it could be in wreck ship.
It could be in wrecked ship or anywhere in Meridia, hey?
Yes, logically it can. Even though Ashtar doesn't have the gravity suit, it very well could be there.
As well as, you know, hiding in Turtle Rock somewhere. Not on Trinex, but somewhere else in Turtle Rock.
That is true. Yeah.
That is one benefit to having all this health that the runners are going with, is that possibility of lower Norfair dips, or even just running around Norfair like Zost is doing, is nowhere near as intimidating as it would be on like 3 or 4 E-tanks. So Ashtar is using missiles, not super missiles, on Phantoon here. Nintendo Power told me to use super missiles. Why doesn't he use them?
Because if you use a super missile on Phantoon, he will go into an enraged status where he will go into the top of the room and the middle of the room, invulnerable, and he will spit rounds of those blue flames at you that are really difficult to avoid. Fortunately, with Space Jump and Screw Attack, Ashtar would have been able to avoid the damage and the flames for that, but it's also a little bit faster because those enrage phases can be, I think, 40 seconds each, so it's a lot faster to just go with missiles, or if you have it, charge and plasma.
Yeah, I'm not going to use supers anymore. Seems like a bad plan.
I mean, if it's the intended plan, it's probably a bad plan, and there's the lamp.
Was that in wrecked ship?
Yeah, just that right side item that Ashtar just checked. So we now have that in logic.
Is just going to get out of here in time.
Ooh, yeah, just barely makes it. I was gonna say, if I were him, I'd probably take the safety save by transitioning into Link to the Past, because that will save the game between both games and allow you, even if you head right back into Super Metroid and die, all of your progress and everything that you had done will have been saved. So Azure is completely skipping the top side of Wreckship. He's going to skip the attic. He's going to skip the right side E-Tank location, as well as everything through the bowling alley to the gravity suit location. Zost, however, is making the play into Misery Mire, so he'll be picking up that fire rod shortly.
It's funny, I think he's checked the most out of all our runners in Super Metroid. And he's the only one who doesn't have the Morph Ball. Alvadra's about to pick it up in the next minute here.
Yeah, did you happen to see, was it Waterway? Oh, a sword. Okay. So Waterway holding our second sword that we've seen so far. That puts
Hitaka just got that?
Master Sword, yes.
Very nice.
A big 20 in the Green Hill Zone location, and Hitaka is going to head back through the back entrance of Retro Brinstar.
And this time he can do Billy Mays.
Indeed. There's that red boomerang.
And Asher going to be the first of our runners to show off what's at the end of Gauntlet. Raidrus with a nice quick Landmo kill, getting his Moon Pearl, and Half Magic is Asher's pick in Gauntlet, as well as getting those power bombs while he's here. Oh, and Billy May's room having the Book of Mudora for Hitaka. I guess since you had to have the Morph Ball just to get that item, it's of limited use, but could still come in handy when checking the tablets. And yes, Hitaka can really annoy me by just spamming that book sound all over the place. And it looks like Asher is going to take that Cane of Samaria he has, as well as that new shiny lamp, wrecked chip, and just clean up Misery Mire while he can. That will put him at a total of 6 crystals when he's done here. Ooh, those... Hitaka's Ice Beam shots not timing out right. Having trouble setting up that Shine Spark, but he can go for it now. And there...
Oh god.
There is our suit.
Okay, so I'm curious if Azure has even seen the ice rod.
I feel like he checked it. I feel like he ducked his head down there.
I mean, I guess if he's got Screw Attack, he's probably checked that area of Lower Norfair, but yeah. Link Force in chat agreeing with me. Sweet.
So, with that suit now, is that go mode for Hitaka?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't know where Kane is yet.
Oh, that's right. That's
so,
right.
Almost.
When Zost making the same play that Ashter did earlier, where instead of going straight from Fire Rod to Desert Palace, he's headed over to the Ice Palace.
Oof. So he still doesn't have Morph then.
No.
And then we have the Bass Beast in chat saying that it's technically no mode. And not really even quite that. We only say no mode when we're commentating when we as a collective group know where all items are. If a player knows where all items are, they are technically in go mode because they know where all the items are themselves. They know they can skip everything that they don't need, and they can just go get the items they need and finish up the game. Oh, so it is Bass Beast. Bass Beast? I don't know. I mean, you never know.
Ashter using some spins with the cape to take out more of Vitreous here. He wants to be able to use all 9 arrows, or all 8 arrows that he can on the big eye. Plunk those in. And turns out he got away with 7 because so many of his fighter spins landed. And Alradris down in the Edikuns area, picking up those high jump boots as well, which I think at this point aren't required since we have space jump, but still come in handy.
Yeah,
Having
definitely.
trouble getting that mid-air morph though.
Even in the escape sequence when you're trying to get through the areas there, having the high jump boots makes it a bit easier to not have to do the space jumps and bounce to the air. You can just make the jumps that you need.
Gesundheit.
I'll let him know you said that.
And Hitaka, taking down Fantoon, gets the first of his 4 Super Metroid bosses.
And there's the wave beam in the Upper Norfair Reserve.
I feel like Zost did not grab that when he was doing...
Right, because
the
he
rest
didn't
of
have
Level
Morph Ball. So he couldn't head to the reserve room.
Of course. Zost still doesn't have Morph Ball. Maybe he'll get it after this Cold Stare fight. Taka picking up the lamp in wrecked ship.
Alright, so Astor is making the play through the Crockermire area. He is going to entirely skip Crockermire as a whole and is going straight for the ice beam, or the ice rod. He's already got ice beam. Alright, so outside of suits, Which I think at this point, Asder is just going to kind of showboat from here on out and is going to go suitless for the rest of the run. I think we could say that he is, especially in go mode. Like, this is, oh boy. Also, thanks to the base beast in chat, 250 bits to Speed Gaming. Thank you so much for the support to Speed Gaming. We definitely appreciate it. We wouldn't be here without you, so you're all the best viewers ever.
Raidrus picking up that second sword from Waterway. Second of our runners to have enough swords to beat Link to the Past now.
And another thank you again to the base beast for another 250 to Speed Gaming. At least now you can confidently play the big key guessing game and know that your guesses will always count.
My guesses all already counted. They're just always wrong.
That's true. RJ Reidic. Sorry. No, I didn't say that name. I'm pretty sure I just slaughtered that. But as Alistair answered for you, Lanmolus holds the Morph Ball. So Zost is about to be our fourth and final runner on the restream today to pick that up.
In his second trip to the back area of Desert Palace, this time with a fire rod, he can get into that boss room. And Asder, I like this play from him. He's just going to do Turtle Rock. Fighter Sword, no problem.
Alright, so as you're going through his final crystal dungeon, it is the second 5-6 crystal, but I think at this point, unless he's really concerned about where Charge Beam could be, and it could be anywhere here in Turtle Rock, but it could not be in Ganon's Tower, but it could be here in Turtle Rock. It could still possibly be that he's on the hunt for Varia, but we'll see where he ends up. And Zost going up against Kraid. Will we see a quick kill? 1, 2, 3. Yes, we do. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Kraid is down.
The quickest of kills.
Super, super fast.
There's that, for Zost's case, the red mail sitting behind Kraid. Not necessary in the slightest.
We also have the question in chat about normal logic still requiring Spring Ball Moat, and that has been changed. It is no longer logically available for normal mode to have Spring Ball.
Was it a really hard jump to line up, or?
It is kind of a tight pixel alignment to set up, but also it just it happened so rarely in seeds that I'm not really sure that it came up that often to be viable.
So easiest just to remove it then. Another E-Tank
I
for
think so.
Azure in the Turtle Rock Big Chest. That'll come in handy because he does seem to be prepping for that hell run.
And there's the Book of Medora. I think you had seen that when I stepped away just for a minute.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We saw that.
Sorry.
Hitaka perhaps probably had picked it up. Azure's slashing like crazy as he rides this platform. Would you say those are rage slashes?
No. Being as good of a friend as I am with Azure, I know that that is just kind of his way to pass the time and release a little tension, but not because he's anxious or angry. It's just kind of like his way to, I don't know, thought process or the way that he thinks about things, but not in anger, not in frustration.
No, though it is always interesting to see how many people call him out for rage slashing there.
Yes, I agree. If you know the person is visibly frustrated, like when Hitaka first picked up the sword from Hammer Pegs, then I would definitely say that that is obviously a frustration slash. But with Azure, I know that is not the case. And I think that Aldreus is about to find their various suit. Oh, no.
Oh,
okay, yes.
Did you see what Zost just picked up in Mama Turtle?
No, what's that?
That was the charge beam.
Oh, baby. So, still no Spazer, still no Plasma. We are pretty much on ice. And now Charge Beam, that's it.
I don't think Zost has even picked up ice. He might be, you know, putting it off, seeing if he can avoid getting it. If Plasma shows up somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, and we're just... Oh, no! You kind of gotta go a little bit faster with it. If you're gonna go through these little yellow sploogey dudes. Oh, shoot. Really nice Turtle Rock fight by Azure.
Is that is 7 crystals.
That is his 7th and final crystal, though he does have Dragon on Ridley, so we are not very close, but we could start the Genatera big key guessing game.
Is he going for it? He's going for it.
Let's do this, he says.
I forget the commands. Or do we not run the game because it's a daily?
Yeah, since it's a weekly, if it's non-tournament,
you know what? Fiesel started it, so I'm gonna say we should run it.
All right, get your guesses in chat.
If there's one person who I'm gonna trust on that.
Exactly. If Fiesel says go, we go. Get your guesses in chat. Chest 1 through 22. It's gonna be a short time. First 2 chests, no big key.
You know, for Azure's sake, I hope he gets the Master Sword here in this dungeon.
I agree.
I also kind of hope he doesn't, because I really like watching Fighter Sword climbs of Ganon's Tower. Like, it never comes up, so it's always fun to see it when it happens.
And we are getting a Shack Tool test from Zoe, so let's get some Shack Tools in chat. Love to always see the shack checks. Shack tool. All right, chest number 4, small key. Chest number 5, a heart container. Chest number 6, small key. Chest number 7,
Small
another
key.
small key. So logically, in key logic, I believe most people would say if you get that many small keys in that Stoffels room, you want to reset and head full right. But Azure doesn't seem to be making that play now, so.
And the digger gives us...
Shacktool.
Oh.
A piece of heart. But at least Shacktool lives.
Unfortunately, Shacktool lives.
We're gonna have words later, you and I. That's not nice. Not chest number 9. So we'll be heading on to 10, 11, 12, and 13.
One of the first races of this I saw was when Solsky killed Shacktool 3 times before sitting through the cutscene, so I've inherited some bad habits from that first encounter.
You do get bad habits from Solsky. I've seen you at GDQ. Chest number 10, a small key. And there's the big key at chest 11.
Oh, and a Master Sword in the same room.
How lucky is that?
That's really good for Ashdar. That's even better for everyone else who's going to climb the tower, because that'll be a tempered sword for the other runners.
Yo! How does that work? Thanks, Fiesel. So, there were some of you who guessed big key item number 11. However,
you were faster?
Well, that, I don't really. Oh my gosh!
Ashdar finds a tempered sword in the big chest.
I bet he's probably so happy he didn't mirror as soon as he got that big key.
Wow. That's incredible.
Anyways, if you aren't a subscriber to Speed Gamer or Speed Gaming or haven't been a subscriber in the past, or if you donate 250 bits, then your guesses will go towards the leaderboard. But I know that some of you actually guessed 11s. Sorry. Zimnala, you get the points.
Stealing slots from the plebs. I shouldn't say that. That's a mean thing.
Yo, and Zost with the halfie? Ah, didn't get the full halfie though.
You'll have to explain to me what that trick is. Being newer in Super Metroid, I don't know that.
Yeah, it's... I don't know where the terminology or the name comes from. It's just being able to charge a Shine Spark through the Botchwan room to then go through and complete a full Shine Spark throughout the Coliseum, or if you get just the halfie, then you only end up halfway through the Coliseum.
Okay.
So, yeah. But I just didn't know where the name came from, if it was like somebody named Halfie who found it first, or if you make only half the room so that's a halfie, or if you get the full halfie, la 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 la. So.
I mean, either of those would be plausible.
Full halfie requires high jump. Necro0 letting me know in chat. See, there's things like that that I don't know.
Alright, Zost using Speed Booster Shine Spark strats on Dragon.
Finishes it up
And
nicely.
there's the fight.
Alright, Hitaka. with the full suit regimen heading towards Ridley. He's still looking for Kane of Samaria. He doesn't know that it's at the high jump boots location. He already got screw attack from there. So he may just not have headed back.
Oh.
Spacer Beam in the E-Tank.
That was Spacer Beam.
Yes, indeed. So at least Azure won't be heading towards Mother Brain with only Ice Beam in hand. I mean, Plasma could be right here. That's not Plasma.
But do extra beams really help if he doesn't have charge?
That's a good point. And no, not really. But he could also still just be looking for regular Super Metroid ammo since he is a little bit short, I believe, on the Mother Brain requirements. Ooh, and Zeus was trying to get that really good, pretty tight Shrine Spark up towards Plasma. Just to correct Spiral USD or Spiralist D in chat, Hitaka is not in go mode. He still needs the Kane of Samaria.
This is such an interesting divergence we've seen in this race. Azure got the Kane of Samaria before anyone else. I think he got the Morph Ball first, too. And he's used that to clear all of Link to the Past, which is great for him, but he has no suits.
Yeah, well, I think that since Solsky has retired from tournament races at this time, maybe Azure could sign up to Suitless Bootless with Maniacal and complete that team once again.
Is Zost running? Where is Zost?
Zost is heading towards the Forgotten Highway. He's going to go to the wreck ship through the back entrance. Obviously, Zost hasn't forgotten about that. Nice. Alright, so Azure already through phase 2, I believe, of, on to phase 3 of Ganon. That Tempered Sword going very, very quickly against Ganon here.
And of course, no silver arrows, so Azur's just going to go for the 12 spins. I like that fire rod setup for the torch as well.
That was perfect.
He is just blazing through this.
Half magic. I think he still has that original green potion. And just a couple more hits, and we'll get our first G in chat shortly.
I think he had to use that green potion when he was going through Ice Palace, but yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll take down Ganon for Azure. That's great. That's one game done.
Yeah, so that's 1G in chat. And we get a bonk. He's gonna head directly. Oh, he's gonna check Pyramid, which I guess he didn't do. Grabbing Mirror. Oh, not right there.
Okay.
Wait, who found silvers? J-Man in chat saying silvers. Did I miss somebody pick that up? Because that item
Did Hitaka
Is
find
that
them
in...
on his way out of...
That's what I'm thinking.
There's a mushroom in Lower Norfolk.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm now commentating and tracking, so chat, if you guys fill me in on any items that I may not have seen, that would be super. Zoe's finishing with Fantoon. Oh, Spring Ball Maze behind the jail. Or Hodo Ruby missiles? I don't know. Anyways.
Ha. Alright, Astra doing the hell run right now. I've been told he's pretty good at the game, and so should be able to do this.
Yeah, and definitely with 30 power bombs, there's definitely enough space there to get quite a few crystal flashes. He's also going to check the Mickey Mouse room. Azure with the hot takes, literally. Picking up some missiles.
And Alradris is checking up in the upper ship area, including bowling alley and stuff. I don't think anyone else has done this. I think everyone else skipped out on it.
I do know that I think it was Outrageous, which I hadn't marked finished with Fantoon. Alright, so we do have confirmation that Hitaka has Samaria.
Well then, does he have Ice Rod as well?
I don't know about that one. We'll have to watch his menu.
We'll see a menu in a second here. Looks like he's going for the Ice Beam pickup.
No, he's heading into Dragon.
Oh.
Alright, so Azure still has reserve tanks. And he's gonna drain them, and then probably go take a little bit more heated damage. And do a crystal flash. Oh, he's gonna save before.
Wise, just in case this goes wrong. I think it's what, about 80 health that you want to start the crystal flash at?
Yeah. So he should be good now.
There we go. Now he's carrying 27 supers right now. He'll probably end up flashing once more to drop him down to below 20. Can he use many supers on Ridley, or is he going to have to missile his way through most of that fight?
I think he'll probably farm for a good bit after he finishes the Metal Pirates. So I think he'll probably be okay, because he'll probably farm for a while and then make sure that he's got enough for a crystal flash before.
Aha.
So I think he'll be alright. Yeah, so this is where he'll farm these little the green orbs in the room to get the guaranteed power bombs there, and then farm up these little Zebo bugs to kind of build up his super missiles. And as Frame the Animal says in chat, this is really where Grapple Beam helps a lot, or the Farm Beam, because you're able to kill the bugs in one shot and then pick up the items that they also drop in a single go. So it really helps a lot. And the little bugs have a high chance of dropping super missiles. And the green orbs, so long as you are not full on power bombs, will like 99% chance drop power bombs every time. So it's a really nice place and time to farm. I think the scariest thing is that depending on where it is when you shoot that Ghidorah with the super missile, that you could potentially end up with that green orb running into you as you're trying to crystal flash. So it can be a little scary.
Yeah, that could wreck your day, couldn't it?
Yes, and it has for a couple runners. I know that Solsky did that a while back on another weekly and ended up getting bodied by one of the green orbs after he shot the Ghidorah with a super missile.
Ooh, Outrageous has gone back to the high jump boots area, picked up his Cane of Samaria.
And somebody just got plasma that I missed. I'm guessing that must have been Hitaka.
At the gravity suit location, yeah.
Nice. Oh, that was Zost. Okay. Really nice relief fight by Asger. He knows that fight in and out. He can prepare for pretty much anything that can happen. So I'm not surprised that he was able to do that. He also has enough. Oh no, he's missing some supers for a Shine Spark or Crystal Flash.
That looks dangerous.
He's still got two full reserves, I believe.
Oh, that's
so
right.
He'll be all right.
3 reserves, I think, even.
Yep, 3.
It's just a couple more supers here, and he'll be able to Crystal Flash in time.
Yeah, but you want to make sure you're in the right place in this room, because if it's not for the green orbs, then it's for the bugs that can fly at you, hit you, knock you out of the perfect frame requirements that are needed for the Crystal Flash. So the health is definitely doing enough, but he can do it now. I was gonna say, you can't wait. You gotta do it. We're good.
And that's the hard part over.
Yeah, it just has enough. 5 power bombs. Perfect amount to make it out of Lower Norfair, so really nicely done by Asger.
Zost is now checking Green Brinstar area.
Yeah,
Still
he came
looking for
here
that
before
Cane of
and didn't
Samaria.
have morph. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there.
That's alright. He just needs Cane of Samaria at this point. And I suppose a second sword, though. He'll stumble upon at least one in Ganon's Tower.
Did he end up getting Varia?
I don't believe so, because that was at Escape Speed Booster.
Yeah. Alright, Outrageous finally making his way over to Kraid. Gonna finish that up. Will we get our next Kraid quick kill?
I'm going to assume these runners can go 4 for 4. I believe in them.
Let's go, Raydress. Let's go.
Woo.
Oh, yeah, not quite.
Oh.
Ooh, Astra got bumped by one of the little seahorse dudes and drained his reserves. He won't have enough to do a Crystal Flash, so he's gonna unfortunately take a death here.
Well, Oh, that's too bad. Good thing he had that safety save in.
Yeah, definitely very good. But from here on, he can just pretty much skip everything. He may still check the Three Musketeers item just before the 3 Key Hunters pass that room, but he won't have to check the jail item or the Hoda Ruby missiles again. So that is good for him. And Hitaka finishes up with Ice Palace, grabbing that next crystal. So he has Skullwoods and Turtle Rock to finish up.
And he's going to buy some potions first.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Makes sense. Now's the best time to do that.
Turtle Rock. Yeah, both of those could require a bit of magic. Zo's checking the early Spospo item.
And just another missile, which he really doesn't need at this point, having both plasma in charge.
Alright, so as you're taking the time to check that Three Musketeers item, people in chat mentioning that he is still looking for items, possibly looking for charge, and that is true, but at the expense of his energy. It's a little scary. He doesn't have ammo to do another Crystal Flash, so this is going to be kind of a tight space for him from here on to... I would say he probably should take another safety save, but I think he's alright.
He doesn't think so.
Nah, he'll be alright.
Is he okay?
This is going to be close every time. It'll take a bit, but he'll he'll be here farming for a little while.
Excitingly, on Alradris' side, he is checking Mama Turtle as well, and if he can just get that item hiding in the wall, it's going to be Charge Beam for him.
Yo. Gets it. J-Man 2050 in chat asking about guaranteed energy drops. A lot of the drops for Super Metroid have a lot more to do with what your ammo count is in relation to your energy count. So you will get a higher chance of energy drops if your ammo is filled, and vice versa. So if your energy is full, then you'll get higher item drops or missile drops. Alright, so this will be enough energy, low enough. Oh no, see, this is what I mean. So he's getting the energy here from the little frog guys rather than the power bombs that he's looking for to do a Crystal Flash. But now that he's not below critical health, oh no, still getting energy.
He only needs one more power bomb too.
Here. Yep. So even if half of those had been a power bomb, then so this is perfect. No, Azure, you're not below 50 health.
Now we have too much health.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's a ratio of lower energy or lower ammo. So. And he takes that one hit from that Nova just to get below 50 energy so that he can complete his Crystal Flash here. And now he'll probably do a save and then possibly, I was going to say, I don't think he'd go back to get more power bombs. I'm pretty sure Zost has not been into Lower Norfair yet.
No, only Ashter has.
But Outrageous
We'll see
did
if,
just find Bombos in the Aqueduct area, so that could help with Ice Palace quite a bit.
Oh, that's right, he hasn't been there.
No, not
He
yet.
was the only one who didn't kind of take that Ice Palace bait that immediately jumps to mind when you pull the fire rod from Misery Mire.
Right? It's still required because it is a crystal, but it is a little bit of bait.
You know, coming from a Link to the Past background, I am constantly surprised by how often the runners in combo are just resetting their game, because it takes so long to get back to those save points. And I'm used to just doing a save and quit anywhere. It's really something to just see, oh, let me dip into the Ice Beam area. Nope, no good. Never mind, I'll reset.
Right.
Oh, chat's right. Hitaka did make his way down to Ridley, as well as the Dragon fight. It was quite a while ago for the Ridley, and I remember now. He did the grappling hook strat on Dragon.
That must have been when I stepped away.
Could have been. It was also a very, very quick dip into Meridia because, of course, he used the transition from Link to the Past, went through roly-polies, and
Go moded.
so yeah, Hitaka is in Go mode at this point. Ashter is functionally in Go mode if he's up for doing suitless.
I think he's forgotten he hasn't done.
No, I mean I was thinking that too, but apparently not. I guess if you want to check all these locations on your way to Meridia, maybe you find Gravity, and then you don't have to do it suitless. And then if you get to the tube, you just bust open the tube. But you don't even want to take the tube entrance to Meridia here.
Hitaka does not have Charge Beam, but I think he's probably got the ammo from Mother Brain.
Ashter might just be looking for the ammo from Mother Brain.
Yeah. Yo, there's those high jump boots for Ashter.
Okay, why not?
And Zeus is heading down through the escape area. I think this will be his Varia suit because he's just power bombed. So
Oh, that'll come in handy.
yeah. Nice. Makes it through. Grabs that area. He also never picked up Ice Beam.
No, I don't believe he did.
No, I mean,
even though
I'm
it's been...
seeing it that he's shooting and doesn't have Ice Beam, but I'm
Yeah.
just a little surprised.
Yeah, it was sitting there right at the start. I mean, he's had plenty of chances to pick it up.
So what's going to be faster, Azure clearing up Dragon and Mother Brain, or Hitaka going through GT and then doing Mother Brain? Probably Azure, right? Suitless Meridia can be a little bit slow.
Suitless Meridia can be pretty slow. And partly it's going to depend on how soon Azure actually makes that play. It looks like he's heading back to Link to the Past right now. Maybe.
Yeah, he'll take this portal, go to the Lake Hylia portal, and oh, he's got to go to Dark World first, and then yep, on his way right now.
Now it takes a while to get out of Meridia if you're suitless, but that goes faster with Speed Booster, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And Zost is heading back towards Crocomire? Oh, wait, no, he has his Ice Rod. Is this his path towards Lower Norfair? Okay, yeah. So he's gonna take the side entrance to the top of Lower Norfair.
Has he still not picked up his cane?
I don't know. We do know that he got Screw Attack early. He was the first one to get it, so maybe he just never went back to the high jump location. We'll have to watch his menu when he heads back into Link to the Past, because I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, I'm thinking he still needs that, so...
Yeah.
Now, I mean, that's not too bad.
Oh no, he missed the clip.
That's not too bad in Lower Norfair. The items aren't super far out of the way.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But, you know, it's still additional checks that he doesn't want to be making right now.
We have seen this from Azure before. He's made the climb through the Colosseum suitless with Ice Beam, so this is not a strange... Oh, and he didn't have Space Jump the other time, so this is going to be far easier than it has been in the past for Azure. So yeah, I think by Zost's play here, checking Mickey Mouse and everything, that he probably has not gone back to High Jump Boots location to look for the...
Unless he really wants a sword.
Yeah, that's true. Though we know that there isn't swords here. Unless it's a Wave Beam. I don't think we've seen Wave Beam yet.
Well, we've seen all 4 swords.
Have we?
There's the Hammer Pegs one, and there was one at Waterway, and then there were 2 in GT.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Ganon's Tower, that is.
I forgot about Waterway, my bad. Alright, and Azure setting up for the Crystal Flash grab by Dragon.
Sorry, the Crystal Flash grab?
Yeah. It's kind of like a way to set up the blue suit.
Ah, aha.
Nice. You turn a spark suit into a blue suit, as UNH Chavo says. And you can kind of see like the little echo appearance of his movement. It's not blue, but it is kind of the same thing. It's a great way to go through the escape area here in the second room.
And a very slick climb out into a shine spark up for Ashter. That was a nice quick way.
Grapple escape is always really impressive. Plus, storing that charge, very well done. As Zos finishes up with Ridley.
Suits. Where we're going, we don't need suits.
We don't need no stinking suits if your name is Azure.
No, I try to wash my suits on a regular basis so that they smell better.
Yeah. No stinking suits or stinky suits or yeah. Alright, so we'll see Azure come through this door into Link to the Past. He'll do a save and quit and then a hard reset back to the beginning of Super Metroid, where he will be back on the ship, be able to do a full recharge at the ship, and then head on to Mother Brain. A really nice deboost through the little pedestal there by Zos. That was really impressive. And we do also, just to update chat, have a second forfeit in the race. PP Chan did forfeit. So we are down to our 9 finalists for the evening. 4 of our restream runners and 5 additional runners still up for first place.
Keep at it, everyone. I believe in you.
You can do it.
So to answer your earlier question of who's going to finish this first, Hitaka or Ashter, I think Ashter has a commanding lead at this point.
Indeed. That Suitless Meridia was very impressive.
I was going to say Ashter's got that slow Mother Brain fight coming, but Hitaka doesn't have charge either. It's going to be a slow fight on both sides.
Yes, indeed. So we'll probably see Azure using power bombs against the Metroids in the first 3 rooms here. 4 rooms, technically, just to kind of save his ammo for Mother Brain. Zos picking up silver missiles.
Ooh, do those do extra damage to Mother Brain?
No.
Aw.
They do no damage to Mother Brain. Ah, shoot. Super arrows, silver missiles. Man. Alright, so Azure is sticking with the super missiles, counting on getting some nice drops from the Metroids in return. He is only down 1 currently with 3 Metroids left to kill. Gets a full reset,
nice.
So nice. Very nice.
And Hitaka Lenmo 2 goes down in a single cycle. 3 nice silver arrows. Gonna have to get some health at some point. Or maybe just drink a potion.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There is an anti-fairy coming up, but the possibility of getting bodied by one of the Helmosaurs coming up in this room. Oh, there's a heart.
Ooh, Ashter, I think went for baby skip and did not get through that door.
Yeah, just a little short. Outrageous is going to check the Bombos medallion. I don't know if or Bombos tablet. I don't know if you'd seen this yet.
We haven't. I think only 2 runners got the book.
Curious what he's still looking for. Did he not see the ice rod?
Gosh, I hope he did, because that's all he needs. Yay, a bottle!
Yeah, so Hitaka can use the powder here to turn this anti-fairy and the bunny beam. Oh, he's not even going to go for it. Oh, now he's thought about it. Okay.
Oh, and look at Zost. Zost is back at Crocomire. We've seen this before. But this time he can do cosine room.
Exactly. So he's still looking for Cane of Samaria because he hasn't gone back to the high jump boots location. And also a second sword, but...
Raidrus up on Death Mountain now doing the Ether Tablet.
Azure dipping into phase 2 of Mother Brain. So it looks like opposite of each other, Elraidrus and Zost have both not checked the pretty much exact same location for the items that they're looking for. Ice Rod being at Crocomire Escape and Cane of Samaria being at the High Jump Boots missile location.
That's right, and then I think they're both still on Fighter's Sword, wanting either a sword from GT. Oh no, Alray just has Master Sword.
Yeah, I don't know why it's marked as butter, my bad.
I mean, there's a lot of buttons to click and only one person.
Yeah. I probably accidentally clicked on the screen at some point and hit the 4 instead of the 2.
Listen, with a name like Master Sword, you'd think it would be the best sword you can get. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Alright, just missing stand-up glitch for Azure. He's got enough in reserves that he'll be able to full soak any other damage, but he's gonna just hang out and let the game finish out as Hitaka drops down into Ganon.
Oh, and Hitaka doesn't get the 1+1 cycle, and Ganon's not in a great spot. So we're gonna have to do this the hard way with multiple slashes and a couple runs through the cycle.
It's a twirl. Oh, he's got tempered. I missed that. Mushroom into shovel. Alright. What's gonna be a dig spot?
Wait, was it actually? Do we have a terrible fetch quest chain?
We do. I don't... It's gonna... Yeah, okay, Peeves.
Second dry dig.
Alright, and Azure finishes up with phase 4 of Mother Brain. Just has the escape sequence to finish up. Pretty much has everything he would need to go through this. Speed booster, high jump, and space jump. Gonna make this a quick escape.
And Hitaka with Ganon down. I see that single G in chat already. Hitaka now just has to run to Mother Brain to get that second boss. Look where Elraidrus is, though. He's in Turtle Rock without the Ice Rod.
Yeah. I mean, Skullwoods you can complete. Misery Mire, if you haven't dipped into it, you can complete. You could finish off
I see why you come over
before...
here. I see why you come here as soon as you did Ether, because you're right in the area.
Right.
The problem is he's in the wrong game at this point, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Both he and Zost.
I'm thinking he just didn't even check that Crocomire escape spot.
Yeah,
and that's Crocomire
escaped behind that green gate holding the Ice Rod, and Cane of Samaria and the High Jump Boots missile location, as a lot of people are asking in chat.
It is a wide hunt throughout the game for that last item for both those two runners. They have so much they can cover. But that'll do it for Ashter. He is going to finish first in this race with an official time of 2 hours, 40 minutes, 34 seconds. That is not just first on the restream, that is first of all the racers. So congratulations to him.
And he will be joining us shortly.
Taka hot on his heels.
Alright, so Zeus picked up the ice beam, finally.
We are joined by Ashter. Good work.
Hello! Congratulations on first place.
1 sec, I gotta turn off push to talk.
And it looks like Hitaka is not even gonna go for a baby skip. He's just gonna wait to get the drain and then face right.
Oh my god, this seat, what the hell?
Yeah, welcome.
Something wrong with it? Seemed fine.
No, not really. It was more of a problem with me. I died so many times in places I really shouldn't have. It started in Skullwoods, really, with the stupid mummy. Like, that was literally, like, not my fault. But
that was a rude mummy.
But it just kept... Deaths just kept happening after that, and I don't know.
Well, it was very impressive to see the double suitless run, so really good job with that. At least you didn't die to a Crystal Flash.
Yeah, actually I did those parts fairly well, and I actually like the extra checks that I did kind of meandering on my way to there after I finished Link to the Past. That was like exactly enough stuff that I needed. Like I mean I could have done Lower Norfair with less, but it would have been riskier and a bit slower because of more farming. So it worked out super well, and also I had like basically the perfect amount of missiles to do chargeless that I was comfortable with.
That was a really nice Ridley fight. We do know that you had the safety save after Ridley and had that death after checking the Hoda Ruby missiles.
I was half expecting to have a death there, just because I was doing the extra checks, so I was like, okay, well, I'll try and check the items, and then like because I got hit by the key hunter right away, right? But the reason I didn't reset instantly was I was just like, okay, well, I'll just check the items, and then I'll die probably, and then the next attempt I will save time and energy by not having to check them. Also, yeah, 47 minutes in SM. That's crazy.
There wasn't a ton to do there.
No, there wasn't. I'm wondering where the suits ended up, though.
We can tell you.
Varia's suit was at Escape Speed Booster, and I've forgotten where Gravity suit was.
Gravity suit was in Spike Cave.
Wait, sorry, where was Varia? Hello?
The escape shaft power bomb area.
Oh, okay, Criteria Supers.
Yeah, behind Speed
wow.
Booster.
I was really close to I wasn't that close to checking it, honestly, but I mean, it is pretty close, but it doesn't route in well, despite how close it is to that portal. Most of the time, that check doesn't route in very well. So actually, I was thinking of going to Spike Cave at one point. I was considering it because of playing Cape, but, I ended up finding other stuff and not doing that. Gravity probably would have saved me. Gravity would have saved me the most time, because if I had had gravity, I would have just kind of rushed everything a bit more. So I was in Gana's castle. I was obviously looking for swords, but I was also looking for like either high jump or spring ball, or gravity. But gravity can't be in there. But like any one of those three, if I'd stumbled upon them, that would have been that would have opened up Meridia for me. I was willing to do the stuff high jumpless, but I need spring ball to get up the ledge where the portal is.
Yeah, and then you got doubled up with a sword in Rando Room, and then the Ganon Tower big chest holding that tempered for you. So that was amazing for you to not have just mirrored as soon as you picked up.
No one ever opens that chest. I can't believe you got a sword there.
I know. I actually felt really good when I opened it. I was like, okay, this isn't actually what I was looking for, but it is going to save time, and I bet nobody else is going to get this.
Yeah, no one else has. The fourth sword was in Waterway, and I think only Hitaka picked that up.
Outrageous has as well.
Oh, and Zeus must have as well.
Yeah,
because
I was going to say
neither of
they
them are in
haven't
GT.
been to GT. Yeah,
I'm awake, I swear.
I kind of did not realize that swamp opened up after I got the mirror, and I followed the mirror to desert, and Desert Ledge had the bow, and I was just like, okay, well, bow must have bow. I mean, it doesn't have to, but I'm like, well, there's not a lot open besides a bunch of pendant dungeons, so it's probably going to lead to something. And I don't think it led to anything in the end, but I had a really, really bad time with the Dark Rooms with no sword in both Eastern and Pod, and I think that actually, technically, in the end would have saved me time, because I was going to get the pendants from them. That was my intent. But after those Dark Room deaths, I was just like, okay, no, I'm just going to bail. And you know what? Screw pendants. I'm not even going to do Thieves Town.
Yeah, and that was a pretty solid play, because there really wasn't anything there. Maybe an E-tank or some additional ammo, but outside of that, it was a pretty solid guess on that.
It was, my initial plan was to kind of rush pedestal, not out of, like, I guess, desperation or anything like that, but I really felt like something would have been in the pendant dungeons here, and I guess there was really just nothing. Like, suits, even. We went so long without Morph Ball, right? But even so, like, we were getting so many Link to the Past items. I was actually kind of, like, as soon as I got Morph Ball, I was like, well, crap, I could have gotten this, like, as soon as I pulled a Fire Rod. Fire Rod! Fire Rod was a huge, huge find. That was, like, really the thing.
I had joked that it was going to be something silly like a vanilla cane of Samaria and Fire Rod and Misery Mire, and as soon as you saw Fire Rod, I was like, oh god, commentator's curse, that it's literally going to be a vanilla cane of Samaria, but that still would have put you in a really nice place if that had happened.
Yeah, I even despite all the extra stuff that I ended up doing and the Death Targus, I still felt like I dipped Mire earlier.
Yeah,
maybe not
earlier than anybody else, because you were the first person to go there with a sword, I believe.
Oh yeah, the sword was unlocking it. So that was like partially desperation and partially, okay, the sword is actually like guarding something really important. I'm kind of curious where that fourth sword is, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, we told you it was a Waterway.
Oh, I didn't hear that. My bad.
Yeah, Waterway. That's okay.
It's okay.
And just to kind of catch things up on the restream real quick, Hitaka has finished up with Mother Brain and is going through the escape sequence. We do also have El Radris actually going through the Crocomire area, so we will probably see him pick up the Ice Rod on his escape out, which will put him into go mode. Zost has checked Pedestal, looking for that Cane of Samaria at High Jump Boots, where he was the first runner to catch that screw attack, but hasn't gone back since then. We do not have a forfeit for him yet, but he is still paused on that pedestal text for now. But we do have an official.
Very early screw.
Yeah, we do have an official SRL second place time for Hitaka of 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 51 seconds.
So I've definitely missed items that are like at high jump missiles. Just forgetting to go back there after getting morph. I actually kind of isolated the high jump E-tank really badly as far as going there without morph. I just like I kind of avoided it like the plague, not super intentionally. I did realize I missed it, but it was just like I don't think it's efficient to go back for it right now. Another play actually would have been to Hell Run to Croc and try and break logic somehow, because the logic just seemed like logic seemed pretty bad, and there was a pretty good chance it was breakable. I don't think that would have helped at all though, but
yeah. So at this point, it's kind of like Elradris is about to get into go mode once he sees that ice rod at the Crockermeyer escape, but Zost probably somehow marked or mentally has thought that Crockermeyer or the high jump area has been checked because he got screw attack there and hasn't gone back to it yet. So those early checks can kind of come back to catch you. And we are joined by Hitaka.
Hello.
Welcome, and GG's on second place.
Thanks. GG as.
GG.
Yeah, it's if you check high jump E-tank morph list, it's kind of easy to forget that you didn't get the rest of those.
Yeah.
I actually almost did that. I was gonna start with Croc and do a loop around Norfair, and then I remembered, oh, I didn't finish high jump area. Let's go do that first, and then I got my go mode cane.
Okay, so after like I found Morph Ball and went to go, scout out that area because of going to Kraid, and I saw Kane and Ice Rod right there. I was just like, that is all I need left for Link to the Past besides swords. Like literally, that's it. So then I'm like, I have nothing for Super Metroid. Like I still have nothing. I've got Space Jump, and that's like it. Speed Booster, but it was.
I had everything for Super Metroid when I found Morph Ball. Everything else. I got Morph Ball at like 125 and then Go Mode at like 150 or something. It was ridiculous.
I have an exciting update. Zost has picked up his Cane of Samaria.
Yeah, and Outrageous did not head through Crockermeyer Escape, so I was wrong.
I also have a bone to pick with Hitaka. What is it with you and that buzzing noise from Powder? And why did you have to do that to me for the first 10 minutes of the race?
It was amazing. He didn't like it. I loved it.
You don't like when I just beep an unusable item like book or something over and over again? You don't like that?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. I quite enjoyed it.
You're not down with the rhythm?
He is not.
Maybe I didn't catch the rhythm.
You're supposed to feel the rhythm in your soul. Do you have a soul?
Sorry, I'm a ginger.
I'm so glad that you could appreciate that joke. All right.
Did anyone blind pull Ped looking for Morph Ball?
We did get a ped check. It was Couch Cash. Zost is still, or I should say, was still looking for Kano Samaria. He went to high jump very early, like immediately as soon as he got flute, and got screw attack, and then never went back after he got Morph Ball. So he is now on go mode. But he did check ped, and it was Couch Cash. So no blind pull.
And that is what you should do. You should check that item. I just forgot. Not like it would have done anything. I did see like that I had Space Jump for a long time, and then I think Speed Booster was in Paradox Cave, so that opening up checks in Super Metroid was kind of on my mind for a long time. But
no, it was a Speed Bunny Cave instead of a Super Bunny Cave.
Right. Okay. Right, I forget where I found it exactly, but
It was in East Death Mountain, just in the dark version.
I think it
not
was
the
Super
light
Bunny
version.
Cave, yeah.
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 But anyways, I was thinking about it, but I was just like, man, I died so many times, and I got nothing from Swamp. I even did Left Side. I got nothing from Easterner Pod after dying there. I don't want to follow another time sink until I really feel like I have to. So that's why I was still kind of brute forcing stuff with even with low equipment.
So you did Swamp really early then, I'm guessing?
I kind of forgot Swamp was open when I got the mirror.
Oh, okay.
I ended up doing it after dying in Eastern and Pod Dark Rooms. And I did it with 6 hearts and no sword. And I died to Argus twice.
I did Hype Cave was my first Dark World check, and then I just immediately went and did Swamp on like 6 hearts,
So just real quick, I do want to update everybody that Zost has officially forfeit from the race. So we're going to see if he wants to come interview or if he is good for the evening, and then you guys can continue chatting.
With this much left to run, I'm not going to hold it against him for that. There's still a lot in play.
Yeah, so a lot left to do. I like how my go mode was like mid 220.
I like how we both have over an hour more in Zelda than Metroid.
What are your times?
154, 47, and 241.
Oh, we both have 47 then.
Yeah,
how many
so
suits did you find?
How many what?
How many suits did you find?
Both.
Oh yeah,
Both.
Okay, yeah. I know you found Gravity.
I did. Did you do Brinstar or not?
I did Brinstar looking for an item to be able to get to Dragon. So, as soon as I found High Jump, I bailed.
Oh, okay.
But
So
I did it very late. High Jump was my go mode.
Did you not get Varia then?
No, I didn't get either suit.
Oh,
He
okay.
was suitless,
Oh, really?
but double booted, so he can't actually join Maniacal since Solsky is retired from tournament matches. Because he can't be bootless and suitless.
Haha.
Neither of
Yeah.
you guys picked up Charge, and that was hiding in Mama Turtle.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna
So
go there.
I can see
Yeah.
why you never ended up there. It didn't make sense with your paths.
Yeah.
So you got a 240 double suitless, dang.
With 2 Death Star Argus and Left Side Swamp and and dying in Eastern Pod Dark Rooms. And no, actually that was probably the worst of it. But I felt really, really bad. I felt like I was playing like crap like the whole first hour. I was so demoralized.
I died on Death Mountain. I was going towards Hera. This is before Mirror. I did East Death Mountain and I was going for Hera. And a dead rock just plowed into me right, like as soon as he spawned on the edge of the screen, he just plowed into me and killed me, like right before I got to the door. So that felt bad, but there was nothing in there, so I guess it wasn't that big a deal. I wasn't gonna go
But you
back
don't
for
know
it.
that. You don't know that at the time.
No, yeah, I was like, I sure hope nothing's in there because I'm not going back for that because I just got Moon Pearl, so I had lots of other stuff to check, so I wasn't going all the way back up the long way just for Hera.
I
Sorry, go ahead.
I had Hera available my first trip to East DM, but I ignored it because of like finding good stuff. I think Moon Pearl was an East DM,
Yeah.
I think. So because of how much stuff that opened up, I just decided to ignore Hera because I didn't have a fire source at the time. I ended up going to a fighter. Like, I ended up going to it later, anyways, without a fire source still, but that turned out to be okay. But I was kind of worried about that.
I did the same thing. I kind of put it off for a while, even after I had Mirror, because I didn't have a fire source, so I thought, I might not be able to finish the dungeon, so whatever.
It's actually really not that bad if you don't have mirror. The second time I did go to it was after I got Titan's Mitt from Skullwoods. So, and even then, that was after I spent so much time dying and like everywhere. But I eventually went back there to get the East Dark Death Mountain checks. And it was like, might as well do Hera at this point. And I was thinking about doing Spike Cave because I had Cape and I had Magic Bottle, but I decided ultimately not to. I decided not to because, like, I guess I had skipped Spiral Cave the first time, so I defaulted to that instead. And I was just like, okay, well, if I don't go.
I was just gonna say, Phileon pointed out very early that with Magic Cape, a bottle, Hammer, and Dark World, or just like Dark World access in general, that Spike Cave was very early in access. So
yeah, I got the Cape, so I was thinking like Bumper Cave might have been in it. And so actually, the reason I did Smiths into like Graveyard was because I was thinking of Bumper Cave because I'd gotten the Cape recently, so I wanted to check that, and I forgot to go to it. So after I did King's Tomb, I was like, oh crap. So that's actually why I routed in Skullwoods, even though it had 0 items, because I wanted an excuse to go back to Bumper Cave again, and then that still had nothing. But then,
I was wondering what you were doing there with Fighter's Sword. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you just say that Skullwoods had nothing?
At the point where he went back to it, it had no more items.
Yeah, because I had gotten
okay.
2
I was
items
going
by
to say,
first
wait, what? Hello?
I was like, why is he coming back here
before
before he has another better sword?
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
I mean, I made similarly poor decisions elsewhere, but that was... I actually had a reason for doing that.
Oh no, Alradris has just fallen twice trying to get to Mickey Mouse.
Oh, that's bad.
You didn't get silvers either.
Hell no.
I was just doing like really quick checks. I was in go mode at that point, but I didn't want to do MS Silverlist with like not half magic, so I was just doing quickie checks on the way out of Lower Norfair and just happened to find them. So that lucked out.
Yeah, so I went, I had done extremely little of SM when I had everything to do Ganon's Tower. So I did Ganon's Tower hoping for like my high jump spring ball or whatever for Meridia. Didn't find it, so I was searching Lower Norfair for one of those items. And so I already had the hint from Ganon that silvers were there, and I was just like, well, that kind of sucks, because that's a 1 fewer check that I know is going to be a useful thing for me. And then, of course, I saw them, and like even if they were still useful, I'm not going to grab them without Varia.
Oh yeah, you were hell running the whole time, that's right.
Actually got like really good...
He did it! Sorry.
I got really good loadout from like the ammo in GT, E-tanks and stuff. It was pretty good.
Alright, so Elrages did make it through, checked Mickey Mouse room, saw that it was missiles, so he shot it with 5 missiles and is now carrying on to Ridley.
And I'm happy to report that Nitarific has finished in 3rd place off stream with a time of 3 hours, 4 minutes, and no seconds.
Which is ahead of our restream time, but good to know.
Shh!
Well,
we are not in a time machine right now. We are.
I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said anything.
I know.
I don't. Yeah, this isn't like Fall of Fires or anything.
No, of course not. And of course, everybody knows with the restream time that there are going to be time differences and delays. So, but still, I
just
had to
like
make it
airports.
Yeah,
Speed gaming, just like airports. I can see the tagline now.
I lived like half of my life in
definitely-
an airport for the last 10 days, so I understand that entirely.
I think that expression would definitely fly. But yeah, I don't blame Nitarific for finishing 3 hours, 4 minutes, and no seconds. I wouldn't go for seconds on this seed either.
Yeah, because Itaga already had it. Womp womp.
That too.
One question, Asder. Did you ever end up checking Magic Bat?
I did. I forgot to check it my first trip to Kakariko. I was kind of kicking myself for that because I was just like, oh crap, it might have like Moonpearl or something. And I like to save quit to Link's house in open mode before going to Sanctuary and then doing that loop in case the item in Link's house happens to like be super helpful in terms of rupees or whatever. And that's a thing that I know I do and not a lot of other people do. So I had that powder. So after I saved and quit, I was just like, okay, well, that kind of sucks because I could have that could have been like an advantage that I pressed. But it wasn't too bad. I figured other people wouldn't have gotten that powder that early anyways. Well, it depends on route. You could go south route, but
I didn't have any magic at all when I did I had powder, but I didn't.
Yeah, I know you didn't have any magic.
I didn't have magic, so I was like mad the whole time.
You were spamming powder the whole time.
I actually might have spammed powder quite a bit.
Sorry.
I might have spammed powder quite a bit.
We were using Hitaga's audio to start, so but all we heard was like ba 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 ba, and then finally I was like, "Why? Hello, what?"
Oh, that's fair. But like I got bombs from the hoarder, checking Lumberjack, and he was really nice to me, dropping them right in my pass. So I was able to get his second prize, which was the full magic.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Which didn't really do anything, but it was still
that's where
like,
that came from. Okay.
It was super loaded. Zost forfeit because he forgot Kano Samaria high jump missiles for a long time because he checked it without morph earlier. And then eventually went back to it and I guess didn't feel like finishing after he found it.
Asder should just sit in my seat now and be the commentator. I'll just go to bed.
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
just kidding.
I was commentating Zelda Randomizer for several hours yesterday, just not a 2D one.
Yeah, that's fine. But Azure is right. Zeus was the first one to head from Death Mountain with the flute into Norfair, checked the Crocomire escape item, and then dipped into high jump. And that E-Tank was the screw attack. And then after that, he never went back. And Kano Samaria was the missile item, not the actual high jump boots item, but the missile item just behind the E-Tank. So once he did find the cane, he was kind of like, it's too much. It's way too late. I am done.
Yeah, go mode in this, generally you still have like half an hour plus of stuff to do.
And just to kind of like put things in perspective, Nidorific, who finished in 3rd place with a 304, said that they did not die to Argus, which is a reference to Asger's quote saying that he did die to Argus twice, but Nidorific did run all dungeons and blind pulled Ped. So
I had a feeling someone would.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised people blind pulled Ped. That was my intention. So maybe like dying horribly so many times actually helped in the end.
I thought about it, but I got all the items in Thieves and Eastern, but I bailed out without actually beating them because I didn't want to. Thieves, the last item was Blind had a map or something, so I just didn't even bother finishing that. And Eastern, there was also a dungeon item on the boss, so I just didn't finish either of those. I did do Dark Turtles and all that for Green Pendant, but of course that turned out to be nothing anyway.
Man, you did the right because you. Sorry, you did blind pull Ped, right?
No,
you didn't. Okay,
no, I never beat.
Sorry, I'm spacing a bit.
I never beat Blind and Armos because they didn't have items, so I just bailed.
You literally just said that. Okay.
Yeah.
My intentions was to beat Armos because I knew all 3 pendants were going to be in logic as soon as a lamp showed up, which I felt was kind of imminent because of the bow. So I felt like doing Armos was the right call.
Fortunately, but also unfortunately, you didn't quite make it to Armos.
That was so stupid.
Did you die in Eastern too?
Yeah.
And Pod Dark Maze.
Pod Dark Maze was kind of expected, honestly, but I wanted to at least get that bottom item. I was having kind of a duel with the bottom Kadongo. I was about to finally shoot it with the bow, and it decided to walk into me while I was doing that. But it was so hard to find it. Whenever I had my bow ready, it just was nowhere to be seen, and it wasn't shooting.
I don't even know what 2 of the items in that room were.
Yeah,
the bottom one was a map, for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah, the bottom one was the map.
So what was the top one?
Not a clue.
We don't know.
Probably.
We watched your idle menu for quite some time, and we couldn't figure it out either.
It was probably
Yutaka was sitting there staring at it, and I was like, "Well, I don't see anything new. Could have been Red Boomerang. Could have been an E-Tank. Could have been." Nidorific says he thinks it was supers, but
I think when you can't tell, usually it's like a capacity upgrade. The bomb and bomber arrow, because those are yellow, which is the palette that doesn't show up, and there's no way to tell that you got them from your menu.
Right.
So
that's why I was like, it could have been Red Boomerang. Where was Lamp again? That was
Wreck Ship, Right Side Supers.
Yeah.
I laughed when I found that because then I knew that Fire Rod was required.
Yeah.
And the Red Boomerang was between the Side Hoppers and the Morph Ball in Blue Brinstar. Because I was like, it could have been Red Boomerang, but wouldn't that have shown up? But then I was like, I know that Red Palette kind of messes up in dark rooms. Like E-Tanks and stuff like that don't show up, but...
I thought most Super Metroid items did end up showing up.
Yeah.
I started half thinking maybe it was a suit, but I think the suits show up.
I was actually thinking about that at the time. I thought, well, Morph Ball's kind of yellow. What if Morph Ball doesn't show up and I just got it and I don't know?
Yeah,
I know Morph Ball shows up because I found it in the top left Dark Maze chest in Dark Room.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a similar palette to the Moon Pearl that it carries over and it appears.
Sorry to interrupt, but Alradris has just found the ice rod.
Oh, now he knows where it is, and he's trying to do a left side green gate glitch, which it's possible, but not really possible, right?
So you're saying there's a chance?
No. You need a lot of running speed to be able to do it that way.
Oh,
or a lot
so
of room,
not
like
in
with
this place.
Or with the wave gate glitch, a lot of room.
Okay. So he's pretty much just wasting time trying for something. Well, this is the other thing.
You cannot do it here.
We had mentioned at the beginning of this restream that obviously Hitaka, Zost, and Azure are veterans to this run, competitors in the 1v1 tournament, but I don't know if this is Alradris's first restreamed run. I feel like I've seen him before, just not restreamed.
I think I've seen. I think this might be his first crossover race. I don't.
Oh, yeah, race in general. Okay.
I think he just does Link to the Past Randomizer.
He did drop a little friendly RIP in the SRL chat when he realized he couldn't get through that way. But he knows what he's doing. He's looping around now.
Yeah, and the other unfortunate thing is that he's going all the way through Cathedral instead of taking the Frog Highway over. So that will definitely be a point of conversation come interview time, because at this point I would really like to interview him. He's still got quite a few dungeons to finish in Link to the Past, but everything in Super Metroid is clear, so...
Finding Samaria and Ice Rod like right there, kind of next to each other, was crazy because those are the only like unique items left that I actually needed. So once I saw those, I knew I was down to 2 missing items that had multiple places where those items could be that could like eat, like, you know, there are 3 swords remaining, and also 3 different items that could let me do Dragon. So I was very like I guess conservative on checks after that. I was only going to like really dense places and not really looking for them in particular, but just like looking for ammo to do Lower Norfair. I mean, that's a really fast Ganon's Tower entry time. It's kind of a deceptive one, but like you don't see that early.
Yeah, this was kind of a weird seed because it was a fast late morph ball seed. Because while Morph was like really deep in the logic in A Link to the Past, that game had most of the progression, and you can get all of that and do clear most of that game while looking for Morph Ball. And then the last couple of things in Super Metroid, like 2 of the major ones were just right there, right next to Business Center, not, you know, in obscure spots at all.
Yeah, they're just all really easy to find.
Alright, so Outrageous has officially entered Go mode, grabbed his Ice Rod from Crocomire Escape, picking up a couple extra potions. He's heading towards Kakariko Village, gonna finish up with Skullwoods, and then probably doing Misery Mire and Turtle Rock. Does he have Misery Mire done? I feel like he did Misery Mire. I'm tracking too, so I'm kind of like, wait, did he do it?
I don't think he did.
I don't know that he did either.
It's okay, he'll have silvers.
Yeah. But I am also like watching the menu to see if he has that 1 red crystal. So we'll see. Third is Nito Azure. Kappa face. Nito-rific, if you must say. That menu is too fast.
Yeah.
Are you asking the runner to be worse at menuing?
No, not at all. I'm just saying that I was also looking at chat, so I was bad.
I saw it. He has a red crystal.
Oh, nice. Okay, so he has finished Mire then. Definitely not Turtle Rock, because he had been in Turtle Rock, but obviously without picking up that Ice Rod, couldn't finish it.
I really wish Spring Ball was in the pyramid, because I looked at that item right after Ganon, because I just needed my Meridia item, and I was just like, it just would have been the funniest thing for it to be.
Spring Ball?
Yeah.
Spring Ball? To be where?
On the pyramid.
Pyramid Fair? Oh,
no,
on the pyramid ledge. Oh, yeah.
I was a bit. What was? Hold on. One of the. I ruled out one of the suits being able to be at Pyramid Fairy. Oh, it was Varia. Varia couldn't be there.
Right.
Oh, because of Ice Rod.
Because of Ice Rod, yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't need Varia at that point, so actually Pyramid Fairy would have been an okay check. But I remembered there was like one reason that I didn't want to go there, but it was the wrong reason.
So what were your Meridia items?
Well, I had Grapple for a long time. I had ice for.
Oh my
oh
god!
man,
Also, your crystal flash to a spike suit to a blue suit, that was impeccable. That was amazing, and there were so many comments in chat that were just like everybody was really hyped.
Wait, what?
about
What did he
that.
do?
I like how you complimented my Ridley and Dragon fights going so well when the reason
I'm
they go so
sorry.
well. The reason they go so well is completely because of RNG, and it's not actually in my control. So,
No, but I mean, like, as soon as you mentioned Dragon, I was like, oh, man, I forgot to bring that up. Dang it.
Impressive RNG manip.
thanks.
True.
I know that when I
Awesome.
RNG manip, I do so poorly.
Yeah, that.
My Fantoon fight was good. I was really happy with that because, I got a 3-round without him going off screen at all.
I mean, I mentioned like this really cool strat and the thing that he does with Dragon, and then he's like, yeah, my Fantoon fight was cool. And he's, you have nothing else to say about Dragon?
No, I don't. That Dragon is just like standard. Like,
oh, it was just normal. It's the standard way that I play. It's totally cool.
now if I
It's no
had
big deal.
like, I think it would have been like particularly impressive, I guess, like if I had gotten Spring Ball as my item and had to do all that without high jump. But
Yeah.
but the Dragon,
I mean,
like the Dragon going really well was just because really just because I was lucky.
the execution was great. It was perfect. And it was showcasing something that a lot of people in chat hadn't seen, and some stuff that I forget that I'm like, okay, he's setting up the crystal flash, so he's gonna get grabbed. So then he's gonna get like the pseudo blue suit. I couldn't remember what it was called. But then somebody in chat said like spike suit to blue suit, and then I was like, yeah, that's what it was.
It's
And I-
it's Flash Suit technically.
Flash
So like
suit.
Spike Suit is a method of getting Flash Suit. Flash Suit is like the result from it. But yeah, because Spike Suit is the method, technically that wasn't it. So it was more like a Crystal Flash suit, I guess.
So I feel like that's why I was like, it's like a pseudo blue suit. That's why I was like, I don't really know what to call it.
Yeah, it's
but
it's
I
confusing.
was really excited to see it, and it was really, really awesome for you to show that.
It was. I think it was. I'm happy that that I ended up being able to do that route and that I did it. But the fight itself was not like it wasn't good because of anything that in particular that I did in it. It was just RNG. But the fact that I did that route is cool. I would
But then, sorry, back to your Fantoon fight. You got what?
Oh, I got a 3-round, which is the best that I can do. I'm not good enough for 2-round, but I got a 3-round, and during it, with the patterns I got, I was able to do the Dopplers without manipulating him to move off screen. If you move off screen, it's easier to get more missiles in, but it costs 2.5 seconds each time. So I saved potentially like 7-8 seconds on that fight. On like the way that I did the Dopplers, not like RNG, I guess. Although the RNG was good too.
Nice. I think that you may have been the first person to go to Fantoon. Oh no, I think.
If I was,
might
then it
have
was
been.
because of Fire Rod. Like Fire Rod just opened up Super Metroid.
You were the first person to find Fire Rod, so I think actually.
I'm
that makes
not
sense.
sure. Oh, maybe.
I would think I was.
You
like
were
that
first to
was-
find Fire Rod, no question.
For
Okay, yeah.
sure. Yeah.
But then that follows.
Zost went like through Forgotten Highway, so I don't know.
Well, like I went straight to Crate and then pretty much straight to Fantune.
Yeah.
So I did Fantune as early as one reasonably would after getting Morphball, I would say. And Morphball was locked by Fire Rod, which I found first. But I didn't think I got Morphball first. I felt behind because of my deaths, and because when I saw Kane and Ice Rod right there, I was just like, oh, somebody probably like knows that they're there earlier than I am, and they're probably actually ended up doing extra checks instead of spending time dying like I did, and maybe they found suits, and maybe they're going to finish 20 minutes faster than me. That's kind of where my head is at. So it's just like I really got to book it. I really, I didn't. I was actually really surprised I won. I thought for sure that somebody would have gotten like a 220 something, but I think it was mainly Fire Rod that everything hinged on. So it makes sense.
Well, as you say that, we do have two other people who have just finished. Sinus with a 4th place finish with an official SRL time of 3 hours, 22 minutes, 58 seconds. With a comment saying, I almost quit about an hour in when I last location 2 items in a row. And then Maniacal finishing 5th place with an official SRL time of 3:25:33. So we're still right in this. We only have a couple more places. 2 remaining races between Elradris and our other off-stream racer, Trucker Buzz.
I think when I found Fire
That's a
Rod,
great game.
the only places left I could have checked was Inmire and Pedestal and like Alpha PBs. So
I had Ice Palace as well, too.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, no, I didn't have Bombos.
You had Fire Rod.
Rod, so I couldn't get an
Yeah,
Ice
Fire
Palace.
Rod.
No, I mean when I got Fire Rod.
Oh, you mean prior to that? Okay.
Yeah, no, like not when I got Morphball. But when I was looking for Fire Rod or Morphball or whatever the thing was. When I got Fire Rod, that was like one of the last places I could check.
I totally misunderstood. I don't even. I'd be surprised if anyone even found Bombos.
Yeah.
Outrageous did.
Bombos was found.
I
Don't exactly remember where. it was
I want to say Meridia somewhere.
no, it was you guys keep talking, I'll think.
No, guys, keep talking.
I felt really starved of Super Metroid gameplay in this, but then all the Super Metroid gameplay that I did end up doing was like super high octane stuff.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those seeds where you do like one game for a really long time, and then you do the other game for like a really long time instead of going back and forth in shorter chunks.
I didn't mind that too much, but for most of the game, I was just like, this feels like a seed where I'm actually just going to be able to do very, very little of SM. And traditionally, I actually spend quite a bit of time in SM, if I can.
Oh, I remember. I'm sorry. Bombos was in the first item speed booster aqueduct locked. Top right
Okay.
thingy. Yeah, that place.
So it was in Meridia. That's like super out of the way of everything. That's the kind of place that you would go if you were looking for Ice Rod and didn't know where it was.
Right.
Which more people need to get in the habit of checking the rock gate.
Yeah, I always check that before. Yeah. I always check that before I go into high jump room because I know I'll forget otherwise. Because I've done that before.
Yeah, I always check it then too. It's more because like I feel the movement flows better for me when I do it. But yeah, I think it's a check that a lot of people don't think to do, or a lot of newer runners really don't really think about doing, and it's super good information.
It's just really unfortunate sometimes when you're somebody like Zos who makes that check really, really early, and you see something like Screw Attack as the E-Tank at high jump boots, and you've seen the ice rod, so you know where it is, but then you never make that play back to the actual high jump location, and you miss that kind of scenario until very late, and then you feel very behind, and then you don't
Oh, you know what?
finish.
I didn't even think about the fact that everyone who actually did the dip into Norfair had the information on the ice rod so much earlier. I never thought about that.
Yeah. It was like once you found Flute in Mini Moldorm, then you were pretty much like open world, light world. That opened up Lower Norfair, or not Lower Norfair, but Norfair, just the early checks, so you could see that and get Screw Attack, and that opened up Green Bryn Star, most of Pink Bryn.
And actually, yeah, we saw Zos clear most of that stuff before he ended up doing Misery Mire. Like, he had cleared a lot of Super Metroid before he got near the Morph Ball.
Oh, he did all those Morphless checks that are like one ways.
Yeah.
That are like, yeah. I really wanted to avoid those with the time losses that I already had in this seed.
He didn't do the one ways, the soft lock ones, but you know, he made his way all the way down to Big Pink. And
when I say one way, I mean more like dead end, where it's like you don't have morph, so the only thing you can do is go all the way back up Green Bryn Elevator.
I did those too when it was down to like just Mire or Pedestal. I did those SM checks because with Speed and Screw Attack, all that stuff is open.
I literally did 0 SM checks at all until Morph Ball. Which turned out really well, but it could have been very bad because with Speed Booster a lot. With Speed Booster and even Space Jump, a lot was open. So I was like afraid that I was actually really afraid that Varia was in like Pod Darkroom or something, or somewhere like that, and that I had missed it, and that was my logical green light to go to Croc or something.
I mean, you did miss it, but not terribly. So you were still obviously very good.
I didn't miss it while looking for Morph. Was the thing that I was worried about really. It wasn't available until Morph. So I that was what I was worried about. Croc is like Croc is too big. Croc was way too big of like a time sink for me to go to out of logic in this. But it was on my mind a lot that those checks were probably open or could be open if I had like missed Lamp somewhere or missed Varia. Missed Lamp leading to Varia or something like that. Like, I'm probably being confusing, but like there were a lot of like different webs of possibilities in my mind as to what could end up screwing me.
Yep. Well, we still have probably another, I don't know, 15 minutes for our final racer to finish. We're definitely under the time for our channel resources and everything. You guys are still welcome to stay and chat and talk about the seed as a whole, but just to shout out that you guys are awesome. First and second place winners, Azure and Hitaka.
Thank you.
In chat currently, so GG's to both of them as we're watching Elraidris finish with Aga 2 right now.
Thank you.
Oh, Elraidris has to do... Does Elraidris still have to beat SM?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Pretty much just Ganon and Mother Brain for Elraidris, so...
That sword made me laugh because Because I was like, okay, well that opens Mire, and also because it was behind hammer pegs, which the only reason I couldn't hammer dash the pegs was because of not having the sword.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had some
Nice.
good fun with that.
Nice double right now by Outrageous on Aga 2, I must say. Pretty swag.
I gave you guys good callouts for not doing your hammer dashes.
Yeah, he made a point. Every time anybody did hammer pegs, he was like, hey, look at this person hammering the pegs. It would be so much easier if only, oh wait, look. And then everybody was like, oh.
I just
okay.
wanted one of you guys to go back and hammer dash all the pegs now that you could.
That would have been actually, that sounds like something that I would have done if I thought of it.
It does. It
Just to
really
be
does.
funny.
I don't know if I would have done all of them, but I would have at least like dashed up through a line of them taking the smith to the house. But I didn't think
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
either.
just one. Yeah, you need morph to get down there, yeah.
Did anyone ever find the fourth sword?
Yes.
Waterway.
Waterway.
Or, you're, for
I
you.
didn't know. I got
Or-
waterway.
Cannon Tower, big key chest. Like the
Yeah, that was-
actual, the big chest.
Wait, someone opened the big chest?
Yeah.
Thanks, Ashter.
Ashter.
I was looking for high jump.
I mean, he didn't do Waterway. That was the difference.
Okay.
You did Waterway. He opened the GT big chest.
I said waterway, and then I was just like, wait, no, that's the one he obviously would have known about. That was the fourth sword to me. That tempered was so funny though. I like how it didn't mirror at all in Ganon's Tower. Because I had hammer going in because or I had hammer equipped going in because I wanted to hammer the Lionel out of my way because my sword sucked. And then so check first two on the right, and then walk up the stairs and go left, so that I still have hammer out, and I don't need to pause to equip it again instead of mirroring. But then I muscle memory didn't open my menu anyways. And then
Oh,
after I got
God.
big key, was in
I'm
random
sorry.
room.
Outrageous is kind of doing this little struggle fight with Ganon just now, and he's trying to get a couple double hits in.
That'll
Oh,
do
gets
it.
it finally.
That'll get 1G.
No,
Does he have silver?
He,
the 1G.
He
no,
does.
he does. Yeah.
He did manage to land a lot of 3-frame perfect slashes on Ganon at the end there. Damaging him instead of stunning him.
All right, so on to Mother Brain he goes.
Those
Sorry, I
aren't frame
didn't mean
perfect,
to-
by the way, but they're definitely
3-frame perfect.
tough to hit. Did you say 3?
3. It is 3, right?
I think it's 2, but it's also your overlap of the slash duration with one of those 2 frames, so it's like a lot more than 2.
But we're also getting a little bit of stream delay from Outrageous. Because I think his system is rebooting after a hard reboot, so it might take a second.
Also, do you guys know what the explanation is for not being able to hammer dash pegs? Because I had it explained to me a while ago, and it was really interesting.
I just know you can't do it without a sword. Please go on.
Okay, so the reason you can't do it without a sword is because when you don't have a sword, the way that the game treats you trying to dash through bushes functions the exact same way. So if you change the flag so that you could hammer dash through pegs without the sword, you would also be able to cut through bushes without the sword.
You know, that makes a certain amount of sense in the crazy, crazy world of how Link to the Past works.
So, like,
Yeah, okay.
if you don't have a sword, you're flagged to bonk off destroyable objects. Or
Yeah,
something
basically.
Like that. Okay.
No, you can't punch bushes.
Can you punch bushes in parallel worlds?
That's a really good question.
I know the new patch gave you like a punch when you don't have a sword or something.
Yeah, it's a stun punch. It's a stun punch, so I doubt it does that. It probably functions like a lot more like the boomerang.
Something else I've always wondered, though, going back to Ganon's Tower, is it faster to, after Hope Room, to go up the stairs or to mirror?
I think it's faster to mirror. I haven't timed this, honestly. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's faster to mirror in most cases, which is like you have boots. But I think if you don't have boots and you have the hook shot, it's faster to walk back up and use the hook shot to hook shot to the torches, like to get across the room. And I think that if you have the hammer equipped when you enter GT, and you do have boots, it's faster to go up the stairs because you get to keep hammer equipped. Actually, don't. I'm really not sure about that, but I just like doing it.
Outrageous has lost all his health but one on the baby Metroid. Not going for baby skip. And gonna keep pressing on. Hitaka, in your mother brain fight, I saw something maybe a little odd. I saw you leave the room. Was that just to refill on missiles?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I didn't have enough ammo, so I had to go refill on missiles.
I mean, better to be safe than sorry, right?
I saved because I wasted a super, and I hadn't fully done the math of how much I needed, so I was kind of worried.
But okay, I have another question. How does the waveless Zeb skip work? Because I can never get it to work.
That's a question for you, Ashjay.
You go under the platform and you aim straight up, and you shoot.
Straight up, not angle up?
Straight up.
Okay.
Straight up, yo.
I think if you have plasma, you either have to do a charge shot or you have to aim straight up while crouched, because plasma sucks at hitting things at point blank range. But in most cases, you can just stand under it and aim straight up.
Oh, so Hitaka, you didn't get Zeb skip.
No,
and that's the other thing, Azure, is that he said no charge. Right?
Yeah, that's why I listed multiple cases.
Yeah, I had ice, and
sorry,
like that's it. Ice was the only beam I had. Yeah, I just killed the Zebs, and then I had like just barely not enough missiles, I think, so I went back and refilled. So
I'm surprised you don't know how to do that.
I thought I did, but I can never get it to work, so I guess I forgot or something. I don't know. Do you know what you were doing differently from what I said? I was aiming diagonally up.
Oh yeah, okay, that doesn't work. That can work if you push the shot into it, like with momentum, but there's no good reason to try and do that.
And normally you'd have waves, so you'd just catch the Zeb. Or catch the ring while it's still in the wall.
Where was Wave?
Is that right?
And Plasma?
Wave was at Norfair Reserve.
Okay.
And I checked it real quick before... I checked it real quick on my way to looping to Ice Rod. Because I was in... like... Give me something for Dragon mode.
I checked the missile there, but that's it. I was just doing like, one screen checks at that point.
What were you looking for?
Just like a sword or something.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or a sword or a beam. I was in go mode, but just any like,
Did you have 2 swords at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was like actually really quick, like I want tempered kind of thing.
Yeah, basically just.
But you had silvers too, like
Yeah.
I assume that was coming out of Lower Norfair at that point. So you had silvers.
Yeah. I checked like that one, and then like Bubble Mountain missiles, and like that was it. I was done. So.
I was a bit worried about wasting too much time on my like little extra checks like that while so close to go mode, but it was a little bit more defensible in my position because all the junk items I got helped for Lower Norfair.
Alright, so Outrageous has made it through the Mother Brain and the baby Metroid phase. Just heading into the drain phase, gonna be finishing that out, and then we'll go through the escape sequence. And you guys are welcome to stick around. I'm sure Outrageous would love to chat with you guys, especially since there are comments before the race talking about hanging out with legendary tournament streamers like you guys. If you're willing to stick around, you guys are welcome to. Probably be just a couple minutes.
And does that mean the streamers were legendary or the tournament was legendary?
Both.
The tournament was not legendary. The tournament was legendarily poorly seeded.
Hey,
it was
I must say that even though the seeding was bad, a world record came.
Yeah, and it was supposed to be mine.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, it happened against you. I'm sorry. Let's get 1G in chat real quick for Outrageous.
Don't worry. Even if you got the world record that run, Aussie would still have it now. I don't think you wouldn't have gotten 211 either that game.
Yeah.
But I would have made bracket.
Yeah.
You did get 4th though, I think, right?
3rd.
3rd? Oh, that's okay. That's really
Yeah.
good. I'm glad you made it far. Then.
Yeah, thanks.
So he got 75 instead of 25. I don't know how it works. So many dollars. I didn't get paid for it. That's all I know.
Outrageous had a bit of trouble with the Shine Spark in Escape, but he got it 2nd try. I think he just hit down too early.
I think if I had fewer deaths, then I had routed it like a little bit differently. This could have been. I feel like this could have been a PB for me. My PB is 224.
So we have Sinus, who is another racer in the chat, asking why in the first escape room do you diagonal spark instead of straight spark?
Sorry, in the
first escape room.
You mean the 3rd?
The Blue Bomber room.
The Blue Bomber.
The
Okay,
first room that you can actually do like a shine spark in.
You do diagonal because it puts you flush against the door for free. there's no reason not to.
Nice.
Because like basically,
Outrageous didn't get the behemoth spark, so they're gonna free climb. Sorry, go ahead.
no, it's fine. I'll wait for him to finish.
Okay.
Oh, what Cheeseinator said also basically.
Yeah.
That's more or less what I was gonna say.
All right.
Like, if you have screw attack off, and the pirate up there will hit you when you hit bop into the ceiling, and then you can immediately shoot the door, spin jump through, and do a quick wall jump to get past the pirate that's camping right above the door on the other side.
Well, Outrageous is finished with an official time of 3 hours, 50 minutes, 22 seconds. So good work on his end. Finishing his first SRL race in the combo randomizer.
Sub 4 hours is really good for first race, and I would say that's really good for this seed too.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going to join us very briefly to chat about this.
I mean, we are free to talk for as long as he wants to talk.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello, hi.
Hi.
This is Outrageous. Welcome to chat.
Thank you.
GGs.
Thank you.
Did you just blow a kiss when you said
No, that was a sigh. Biggest frustration for me, I usually check the Croc exit item. Don't know why I didn't tonight. And probably spent way too much time in Lower Norfair. I'd say 20 minutes of time sunk in just checks looking for the ice rod.
that's how it goes when you don't do the thing that you normally do? Them's the rubs, right?
Yeah. Also, you know, my son, loving little guy he is, ended up spilling cranberry juice on my controller today, and it was dropping inputs all through tonight. So I'm surprised it wasn't as bad as it could have been. So I'll take it.
So how did you feel about the finds that you did, the route that you went? What do you think was your highlight of your run?
So upset with forgetting about doing escape with hammer. Was happy to find gravity in Spike Cave when I checked when I did. Took the gamble and was glad to find Vivario where I did. And then I was glad to dip Meyer when I did. Those were the big things I was happy to do when I did. But I feel the ice rod is really my faltering point tonight. So,
well, I must say that once you check high jump boots location, you grab that screw attack from the first location and come back to find King of Samaria, that you could tend to forget to check the other location, because I mean you could totally orphan like all of Crockmire.
Oh,
but
exactly.
as chat normally says, what do they say? You gotta tell me.
You never orphan Crockmire. You never or what?
Always bet on Croc.
For me, it's also never. It wasn't a pendant this time, but I've skipped dipping pendant Ice Palace, and when I saw that fire rod out of Mire, I'm like, I have to go straight to Ice Palace. Yeah.
I mean, Azure first, Hitaka second, still here in chat. So, I mean, if you have questions for them, they are here. You want to chat?
I was gonna just say, what kind of mid-game routing did you guys do? Because there's a couple of points where I'm like, I kept on last locationing everything tonight, so, or felt that way.
Mid game was a lot of me trying to do Eastern and Pod with Dark Rooms without the sword, and dying and bailing. I was intending to get both pendants, but I ended up getting neither of them and just deciding not to pursue pendants anymore. I had like 4 or 5 hearts at the time. And
yeah, it was a low health seed for Link to the Past early on.
I completely forgot that swamp was open when I found that mirror, so that's why I ended up going. I followed the mirror to Desert Ledge, found the bow, and I felt like finding Lamp was imminent, because, well, if bow is like in such a conspicuous, like, you know, mirror location, it was like, it probably has something behind it.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as I know, in the end, it had nothing. But that kind of distracted me and made me go Eastern Pod. And I guess like the reason I went there was like, I was like, well, I don't know which one of them is crystal or pendant, but like probably one of them was a crystal. And I looked at my map when I was there, and it was just like, oh no, neither of them are. Oh well, there's still probably something behind the bow. So I went to Swamp relatively later than I would have liked to. But I had no sword and 6 hearts, so I died to Argus twice, and that was really frustrating. And I was like, I honestly just wanted to forfeit. And so I ended up finding sword at Hammer Pegs after that, and I knew that the sword unlocks Misery Mire because you need a sword to use Quake.
Yep.
And I was, it was partially like, okay, this makes logical sense, but it was also like partially desperation as well. Like going into Mire without a cane is like one thing. Going into Mire without a cane or Fire Source is pretty gross.
You know, I just looking at the way things fell, I was like, because I got Flute relatively early, and I used that to quickly do all of the like, so I did Moldorm Ice Cave, and then with the Flute I went Dam, and then fluted to Agina, saw the bow, and then was on the hunt for a sword, being the sword at Hammer Pegs, which I was not exactly terribly happy about. Yeah, you know, this is like the seed I did last night. You know, Morph Ball was on Trinex. All 4 swords were in
ouch,
in Super Metroid, with 3 of them locked behind Morph Ball. So yeah.
Okay.
Ouch.
You weren't kidding about that. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that
pretty
was
bad.
it was a disgusting seed, and I still, you know, I was happy with how I did last night with a 330 on it. But like this, you know, terrible Ganon fight, 20 minutes in Norfair hunting for the Ice Rod. You know, I'm not terribly upset with my time. I've got some movement tech to learn on Super Metroid. It's been so long, I'm just getting back into it, so that's the next thing for me. I know my locations in Super Metroid, so now it's, can I start mockballing regularly? Can I short charge comfortably? And those things, so.
Yeah, well, sounds good. 330 sounds pretty good for like kind of pre-first race kind of stuff, I guess. With that kind of seed, like that seed sounds worse than this one.
Yeah.
But it was just like the Ice Rod. The Ice Rod was a big thing. Forgetting to check that location, like Ice Rod in particular, can be in so many areas.
And Cane of Samaria.
Cane of Samaria is not well.
Like, I mean, listen, you can't count out people who forget locations just because they weren't your location.
Right.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Because Ice Rod was a location, but for Zost, Can of Samaria was the location that was also pretty visible once you got Morphball. So long as you didn't forget it.
Yeah, that happens. I mean, honestly, Zost forgetting that is actually, I would say, a little bit more understandable. Like it's just because like the croc gate, if you're in the area, that's always a check you can look at least. But getting tripped up on morph locations is a thing.
Yep. So, thank you so much for hosting me tonight and putting on this weekly race. I'm enjoying the community, so glad to be part of it. Thanks.
Yeah, and absolutely. Thank you so much for racing. And we were so glad that you made it right in that 4-hour timeline.
I'm happy.
GG's for finishing. That's better than my time, so.
Yeah,
aside
good work.
of that, Azure, Hitaka, anything else to say about the race to see the community? Anything to shout out for stuff that's going on?
One of the things that was going through my mind the first hour of the seed when I was really upset at myself was I was like, well, this is like really diminishing my confidence for the Link to the Past spoiler log randomizer tourney that's coming up, because those are probably conditions that I'm going to end up in that tournament. So I need to get better at not tilting when stuff like that happens. But that is a tournament that is a tournament that's coming up, and I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah, best of luck with that. I've got an eye on that.
Speed gaming tournament that's coming up?
Yeah, it's going to be on Speed Gaming. Qualifiers are going on right now. Those are not restreamed. They're like kind of private, do on your own time things. But in April there will be bracket stuff.
Hitaka, you have anything to shout
out? No, not really.
Are you also joining that group?
I had not heard about that until just now. So is that like they generate a seed and then you get the spoiler log and you look at it and you try to like route the seed as fast as possible, knowing where everything is?
Yeah, yep. you get exactly 15 minutes to study the spoiler log and make your own notes from it, and then you can still look at it while you're racing after the 15 minutes are up.
But you get like a 15-minute grace period to like check immediate items, and then you race.
So yeah,
it's really like high intensity stuff all the way through.
Yeah, you're going to be on low health for like the whole seed.
Yep. The Link to the Past stuff I've done like that is the exact same way. It's low health. How good are you on execution more than hunting items? So.
You've done a few of those races, haven't you?
Yep, I love them.
Oh, I was gonna say, yo, outrageous! I knows all about this. Whoa, I was just about to say, hey, what do you have to shout about? But there it is, I guess.
I don't know if he's in the tournament or if he's planning on.
Maybe he's doing admin stuff because he seems so into it. So
no, the admins of it are Cyclone, Hansen, Kern, Sinak, I think.
Sweet. Why am I not surprised that Sinak wants something to do with like crazy, stupid stuff like that?
This is entirely Sinak's brainchild.
Just like the craziness that went down.
I was walking through a room
at
GDQ and I saw Sinak and Kern sitting there talking about spoiler logs. Yeah. And 2 days later, he messaged me saying, "Hey, I have a tournament." It's like, okay, none of this surprises me.
Nah. It doesn't surprise me either. So, Aja got to shout out a bit. Hitaka himself.
Shout outs to Sleep.
Outrageous, you don't have anything else that you're working on? Future upcoming charity foundations, future upcoming. I mean, Hester sneers at that and makes a joke. But, like, some people are.
I chuckled, it's not a sneer.
Okay, you're right. Still, charity foundations that you're running for, like, I don't know, some sort of version of SGDQ.
Nothing right now, but I actually submitted my very first run to SGDQ this year, so we'll see if that actually happens.
For what? For what? For what? Tell us.
A classic old SNES game called Ogre Battle.
I think I've heard of that.
See?
Yeah,
Shut
good luck.
that out and
Thank you.
yeah, good luck. Put that out there. We'll vote for you. We'll submit some interest in seeing you run it.
And the
Awesome.
games committee will ignore it and make their own decision.
Exactly. Right? It's like a government. That's how it works. Anything
Okay.
else?
I'm
For
out of here.
any
Thanks
of you?
thanks for commentating and
Good night, Azure. Thank
putting
you
up with
for
my
running.
blah blah. Bye.
Thank you so much for the commentary tonight. I look forward to watching this tomorrow while at work. So,
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for
Have a nice night,
commentating
everyone.
and tracking.
Good night,
I don't know how-
Hitaka. Good night.
I don't know how you commentate and track 4 streams at once, but good job.
Well, no, I mean I had a helper earlier on, so that makes it easy. Anyways, good night, my friends. Good night, my viewers. Good night, my speed gaming crew. Good night, all of the people who have been here watching this once again Monday weekly. I feel like I'm here every month, every day, every Monday, I suppose.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for tuning.
Well, and thank you, Phileon, for joining me for the first time.
It was a pleasure. I am always
Appreciate
looking
it.
forward to learning more Metroid.
Yeah, would have been just me if it weren't you also. How would that have gone if it was just me and Forerunners tracking? That would have been scary.
Let's hope it never comes to that. So, if you enjoy watching these races, be sure to
It
sign up
did,
to
and it has.
volunteer to commentate and track.
What Phileon said. You were all awesome. Thank you guys so much for viewing this cool race. And I'm so glad Outrageous finished his race. So
Good night,
thank
everyone.
you. Have a great week. We love you.